for all Salon people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender base, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
I was raped multiple times by my aunt's boyfriend when I was 6.
I was repeatedly raped at the age of 8 by a close family member.
I was raped at 19. I didn't speak openly about it because I was ashamed and afraid that people would judge me.
I was raped at age 5 by my caregiver's husband.
On June 17th, 2020, 5-year-old Khadija Sakho, a beautiful little girl from Freetown, Sierra Leone, was repeatedly raped and strangled to death, allegedly by her own cousin. Her death shocked the nation. But in truth, in this small West African country, 9 out of 10 girls experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. Think about that for a second. 9 out of 10. That's 90%. My name is Aisha Sase. I'm a journalist and activist. I'm joining forces with Idris Elba and other activists from across Sierra Leone to support the survivors of sexual violence with the Survivors Solidarity Fund. Please consider donating whatever you can afford. All monies raised will go to 4 local organizations currently providing free medical and legal services to survivors. 5-year-old Khadija lost her life to sexual violence. That same threat remains for millions of others. So this is also a call for you to use your voice, your power, to draw attention to an enduring culture of rape. Together, we must end it now. My name is Aisha Sase. I am Khadija Sako.
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 We are Khadija Sako.
We are all Khadija Sako.
For you, thank you.
You don't be go. So see if you go allow me for take Mary to me for go keep me company.
Adama is finally back from the village. She came back with a child.
My teacher may soon find out you're not my brother. Stop coming to the school.
You couldn't present the girl in the school and you come here and tell me she was a girlfriend, but you did not speak to her.
If she's not a witch, I wonder what she is.
According to the test results, your daughter is 6 months pregnant.
Where's the baby?
There's no baby. How can you be so heartless to yourself? Show the man who is responsible so that you can be free.
Who is her husband?
I'm not pregnant. Now tell her. Then tell me who I get there. I'm pregnant.
For you, thank you.
You don't be go. So see if you go allow me for take Mary to me for go keep me company.
Adama is finally back from the village. She came back with a child.
My teacher may soon find out you're not my brother. Stop coming to the school.
You couldn't present the girl in the school and you come here and tell me she was a girlfriend, but you did not speak to her.
If she's not a witch, I wonder what she is.
According to the test results, your daughter is 6 months pregnant.
Where's the baby?
There's no baby. How can you be so heartless to yourself? Show the man who is responsible so that you can be free.
Who is her husband?
I'm not pregnant. Now tell her. Then tell me who I get there. I'm pregnant.
When I was a kid growing up in Sierra Leone, my neighbor had a small TV. The television was beaming these images about famine, war, about diseases.
There was a silent majority suffering.
I am fed up with that kind of news. We can use culture and art to change mind and hearts and inspire
This is big, man. This has great magnitude. Sometimes I feel afraid. I feel terrified when I think of the project.
Tito! What's Tito?
We are nowhere near what you want for day.
I want this. I want it. I want it.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place fail at the die.
Is this a curse or what?
People like you that makes Sierra Leone the way it is.
You cannot give me blow, but you this way you cannot give me blow.
Oh man, just did lie, blame.
These are the things that have wrecked this country.
We need more business. We're going to need to better control.
I can call be second to last project. He died at the last. Guest assured my brother.
Hello, Fambulemuna. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. Welcome to Sierra Leone Media on Facebook and YouTube Live, and also we other social media platforms. Them, if you join me for the first time, Mina Jumaba, and I get the Sierra Leone Media team with we, and also we get a special guest. We're not to stranger to we all, we can't talk about things them. We relating to Sierra Leone under how they go inside the Republic. How they go inside the Republic. When I know say na we say true art for talk, but na more they bring peace. And definitely we go there so or get conversation on issues where they happen at Salon. You already join me for the first time. We want to welcome you and hope say you will get a wonderful time with me. Please subscribe to both the YouTube and Facebook platform so you would get first-hand information and get notification when would they do special or exclusive programs. And for we regulars them, obviously, we want to say thank you so much for being with us over the years. And because without you now, we not get program. So let call me Anko, Nayasole can't tell where I do today. And also tell me what they expect for today's program. But while on Abiaram, so I do a disclaimer, then quiz in truth all their week here. So if I hear the catch in truth, not forgive them. T-Boy, welcome to today's program and tell Fambule Madu.
Hello and welcome to Sierra Leone Media live on YouTube and Facebook, and welcome to the edition of How to Go Inside the Republic. Well, as we've been saying earlier on, the Republic, they get tens and tens every day, and the Republic, the way how it look like right now, it look like say the water don't make the overflow and the guy or this guy for make the water level. So today is another edition of How to Go Inside the Republic. And we can talk about APC, the election and the convention which happened within the past couple of weeks. And then fortunate for be part of that criteria day for now, because now they issue them on the platform. But we all see what unravel in the past couple of weeks. They've done all their lower level, middle level, and upper level elections. They don't do all the diaspora elections. They don't select all the diaspora executive members. Them we then do that in convention will happen this weekend. We all see the drama behind the convention, but eventually the convention go through, and we don't see they don't elect the executive body for the National Council, and then also elects the flag bearer for the 2023 June 24 election. What now we're waiting for is the other bits of the pieces that we need for be pieced together. But we left that one day for the discussion. So over to you, Juma. My expectation for today's show are mixed flavors, because there are mixed developments that happen within the past couple of hours. We're very interesting, and I believe it's paramount for us to discuss that, because it is also part of the discussion we were supposed to get today, even though meaning at the agenda. But I think every development will happen from now on to any time coming to the election, if we have the time and reason to be able to come out and discuss it. So over to you, Banjo.
Thank you so much, T-Boy. And also, like you say, things that don't happen within the last 10 to 15 hours, and definitely they're worth talking about, because now that make the program get a name, How they go inside the Republic. Anything will happen inside the Republic, if we get a chance, we will definitely cover them. Today, Fambulem, we get with special guest with Mr. Winston Ojukutu Macauley Jr. We all know I'm seasoned broadcaster, both national and international, and it don't make your name over the past 30 years, if I can remember. It go there with three, and not to change on our platform. And also, if I'm right to say, he's an APC member as well, correct?
Correct.
And then they call him senior comrade. He's a senior comrade by virtue of his activities, them and all of that. So.
Me not tell me senior comrade, me not me bralo.
Yeah, you bralo, yes. No, but me na me comrade, and I want to make him again known to people.
Oh, but no can make that comrade business.
No. So then with the challenge we self now, I'm not to comradeship business.
Absolutely. So comrade, me say they bring me braloship inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to FBN at all.
And we see a lot of familiar faces and names out there. And be ready, if we get time, we might open the phone line. For let we hear your own contribution and, on the reflection of the APC convention and what's happening. And there is a possibility we might have another guest along the way. If,
okay. Yes. Not say be ready. Say if I not talk boku, we might have.
If I not talk boku, yes, if I not talk
where you go out for can't take the talk, you go carry the talk, go to another level. Already the way to say, if you want to talk to you, open the phone line.
We might. I make us say we might.
And we 3 o'clock in the morning say, Juma, I mean we say to open the phone line.
So let we read then contribution, now the chat group, then comments and everything. Then they go inspire we for open the phone line. So get ready, Fambulem, una welcome again. And Mr. Winston Ojukutu Macauley Jr., welcome to Sierra Leone Media after a long time. Tell Fambulem Ado.
Well, Fambulem, Usaiva on a day, as Juma said at the Dunia, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and of course, hello to everyone. And I think it's still not related for say Happy New Year to the one we don't see and so let we say this year 2023 could be good for we all, but more so for we country Sierra Leone. Thank you for having me, and I'm pleased to be here today.
All right, thank you so much. So I'll go straight to you. We need to waste time.
Yeah.
We you see we topic there, and we say reflection on the APC convention, and now plus activities happening today. So guide me how we able to reach this point up to convention level.
You see, waiting don't happen up till the moment when we get a flag bearer. Don't prove to the people that we talk about democracy, fair and free elections, that no matter how many times you go to court, at the end of the day, if the membership of a political party not decide, you will never go forward. Not to court, they decide whether to be executive or flag bearer of any political party. You get involved in political party to gain power, for govern. You know to go join political party for then opposition and talk about democracy and free and fair elections. So that is the first lesson. And as the Secretary General of the former committee said the other day, you live by the court, you die by the court. So the one that will be go court, they all don't die by the court decision again, where the court say would. And the sad thing is, before we continue, people are still believe see court action they come back. No other court action get for now. We are on to elections. Now, we also know see there are people who passionately believe see APC not lost the election 2018. And that there were factors that brought in President Bio and the SLPP power government. Because we have to also remember, differentiate. There is still an SLPP party that is not involved in the power regime. And then there is what we have now as the SLPP power regime under President Bio. Now, they came to power. They promised the people of Sierra Leone and, of course, the general world, the world as a whole, that they are coming to transform Sierra Leone. It is no longer a secret that when President Biodi talk, even at BBC, in a VOA, he mentioned, say, the dollar was 7,000, and when President Koma take over, the dollar was XYZ, a bag of rice was this and that they're going to reduce, bring the Leone very low. We all know what's the rate of the Leos now. We also know that President Bio talked about the amount of travel where APC as a whole when they travel and they spend. So for all of those reasons, people, Sierra Leoneans, and I would say to a large extent, we moral guarantors after the war, believe and trusted that yes, Sierra Leone needed to be changed. Let we give them prepare because quote unquote APC no don't do nothing in Sierra Leone. And as former editor of the WIO newspaper, within which is the APC mouthpiece, in fact, one of the oldest, not just the APC mouthpiece, the WIO newspaper is one of the oldest newspaper in Africa. And the second or third oldest newspaper in West Africa. As editor of the paper, between 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, one of the first things I wrote when President Bio took over, when you had the Minister of Foreign Affairs, then I think Chief of Staff or whatever the position is, I said, you do not govern with malice. Because you see, one of the biggest problems we get in Sierra Leone, we as a Sierra Leonean, we dey forget quick. We forget quick now one. We do not think logically. We do not have the patience to listen and understand. We did talk even before the next sentence they coming. So we do not get things in the right perspective for understand what's in the going on in our country. Because from 2018 to 2019, the actions of President Bio in power government should have informed Sierra Leoneans that this man, as me the talk now, na bad couple for Sierra Leone. Because you know they come take over. You even victimize driver. Women they drive a director of an institution that is suspected or is allegedly a member of the APC party. I can understand if you say you are a director general of a state institution. We have a new government, so please, thank you very much, but move away. But you do not come and sack the director general. Then you say because they drive the director general, they sack yourself. Then because you not be secretary to the director general, I want to sack you, but I'm not going to sack you. So at the move come off freedom, and they send you go up like where you know when they go. All simply because you've been the work for the director general, who you perceive to be APC. That is malice. And when you begin government with malice, you are heading the wrong way. So with that, suddenly, then go back to parliament. They say 10 MPs there no lawfully or legally get their seats in parliament. That was another hoobala, the fed for them back. Of course, by then, they don't capture the judiciary. Cut a long story short, we all know they removed 10 APC parliamentarians and put SLPP parliamentarians, members of the parliament. Why is that the begin for take shape? The APC party just disappear to a certain extent. I would say the hierarchy of the party kind of took a back seat. They left the parliamentarians and for fight and battle under Honorable Cherry Coco. Then all the other big guns them left Payasane as Secretary General for carry the can. Then begin victimize parliamentarians, former parliamentarians, ordinary members of the APC, anybody who they talk, including, as we all know, somebody will even go to a stadium, go take a picture, saying that President Kuruma build this stadium Nabo. Why is all this to go on? Dr. Samura Kamara, who had been the flag bearer for 2018, was everywhere. But one particular reference I want to make, with me at that time, I tell people them, was the funeral of the late Dr. Robin Coker. Mm-hmm. When we go na Trinity, na Kisio for the funeral. This was at the early stage. I think it was 2019 he died. Yes. End of 2018 or 2019. Beginning of 2019. Because I traveled back to England April. So now between 2018 and 20, towards that time. After the funeral service, which was there was a massive crowd there because of who that the late man be, Dr. Robin Coker. And so what would the commoner do? It was that big man at the lodge. May I just put it now with it. So the protocol is that the lodgeman enforced the commoner do before the congregation of the church follow. Now that would they do with the Justice Buamak, with Oluni Robin Coker, the Pine Bobo, and so other big man, including myself, would try for organize the line before we take off from Trinity for go Kisiro Cemetery. Now somebody say, Dr. Samura Kamara. Somebody say where? Now the place turned upside down.
So this now burying.
Burying. This was the beginning of, I think, late 2018 or beginning of 2019. Because I traveled Easter weekend 2019. So then somebody say, look, Dr. Samura Kamara. Nay, Justice Buamak say, Samura Lokapwell Robin Coker and Berry Nayao. That what they not done from Mountain Court. And then from Don Usai, that mosque, the Kidigo Dove Court.
Fuller Mosque.
Fuller Mosque, correct. The crowd begin come. Now, Olunis, then Justice Bamak say, now for move Dr. Samura Kamara, come on at the group, make it go behind or something like that. That's not that, then they pan one day. By that time now the congregation, the common inside the church. Now you name me themselves. I know Sabia. That the name of my Sabia.
So then forget saying now I'm burying then go all my one go congregate around Samura Kamara.
Within that few minutes there, by 10 we begin the actual process now for go to Kisi Road, for go to the cemetery. The whole of Kisi Road don't turn over. So now I turn to Alasankanu. I say, this is a problem. I say, I don't think Dr. Samura go come out now, then people had in mind just now. Cut a long story short, by the time we reach the cemetery, Kisi Road Cemetery, they had to smuggle Dr. Samura Kamara, move in vehicle from Musa Ibn Park by that cemetery with the dog side, with like they go
race course.
They had to smuggle the vehicle go race course. They smuggled Dr. Samura somehow, Kayango. So Dr. Samura never actually ended the funeral of a close friend and brother and fellow Messi, Dr. Robin Coker, because the crowd all over the place. By that time, all man, except the few of us, it's on record, believe that Mother Bill in government, they can do 2 terms. But Dr. Samura and 1 or 2 people that were there around them, in his wisdom, decide, see, I go continue to make people know, see, APC exist. So Dr. Samura Kamara basically began for all APC and became the face of the APC party. By the end of 2019, the beginning of 2020, there were only 2-3 names very prominent within the APC apart from President Kuruma. Because of, when I remember, there was this inquiry going on President Kuruma set for making an investigation why make APC lost the election.
Correct.
Where this Mr. Dumbuya, who just for a victim show, was one of the members. We had Dr. Samura Kamara, we had Chei Koko, and Payasane. Those were the 3 names, and of course President Kuruma. Those were the 3 names now in the mouth of every Sierra Leonean. By the time when 2020 the dawn, Kambaremba Kamara emerged because himself been travel. By the time when he returned, when he come now, 2020 don't know the begin 2021. Now Kambaremba Kamara say President Bio now 1-term president. Of course, he became a victim of that. He's now at Pademba Road. I know they underestimate the rape incident when they talk about, but we all know why make the Pademba Road. Throughout that time, there was the NRM. The NRM came about. They said they want to reform APC party. They came to my office at Lamina Sanko Street through one of the founding members, Yusuf Macauley, a legal man where they work with Pamomo. Yusuf bring the all kind of my office na Lamina Sanko Street. They can explain to me their intentions about NRM. Because I've been getting massive space at the front of my office, a whole floor will be empty. Will be the user for do production and they reporters and they sit down. So they say if me go give them that space there for their office. But at that time, I don't begin to struggle for run the paper. Because they say money no there again. And President Kuruma don't move go McKinney. So I tell them, say, I go help them with furnitures and whatever little logistic I have. But I think I'm wrapping up the paper and handing back the paper over to the party. Because if you cannot finance the paper, I cannot function running the paper. But during that same day, there are 1 or 2 other APC mandates, including the former flag bearer, Cherno Kuruma, a businessman, where they got rich. We came to their rescue. It began to help them. In fact, one of the first letters we write to President Nkrumah, they informed President Nkrumah of their intentions, their genuine intentions. Now me, editam, na this place na near Kipsea Otewe MK Suma being built. I think what you call it, when I saw Lebanese run now we be Lagunda. Now the balcony day, then bring the letter. Yusuf bring the letter, come, edited the letter, then go type and back and come. We pull money, say you go photocopy, and you transport can go McKinney. The first letter wouldn't go. One of the first letter, man, not say the first. One of the first letter wouldn't go to President Nkrumah, make their intentions known. But you see, we problem which is very unique to Sierra Leone is we particularly the APC party. There is this thing that APC not like bookman business.
But so the grassroots is, according to the grassroots, is synonymous to illiterate, all that kind of thing.
Voilà, Yeliba business, spray singing, but it is not true. Because anybody will know the history of the APC, no see, Pashaki and the founding members of the APC party were all somehow intellectuals. Ibrahim Sowi for now with although yes, they executed and whatnot, these were educated intellectuals. So for make people and bring this attitude now come see APC no like bookman business. Now certain people and come where they look, they feel threatened that somebody were educated who can usurp with powers. So what we have is that if they embrace NRM when NRM started, most of the problems that we will go through court, when only now we get flag bearer, would not have emerged.
But NRM caused it. NRM took the party to court. So
because they were captured
by
elements within the APC. We all know them.
Right.
You know. You see, I'm not gonna call the person name out of privacy, but one big allegation within the APC. When I tell her say NRM, then come to me, and we go launch them na Sludge office na Cambo Street. It's your Ojukutu, how meet them? Remember, that was part of the NRM initially. I took them to a lunch, now a host, inside Frito. They cook big cassava leaf, one of the best cassava leaf we do it.
Who's part this big allergy you say?
Hey, Mr. Juba,
I don't say name the name, just tell who's part you say.
I don't even name the location. I'm telling you, every one of them, all of them, anybody who was somebody, in fact, the entire membership within the NRM 2019, big table, over 21 people. The person talked to them, myself talked to them. Say at that time, they even agree, say, they go bring the big people and come, the Palivas of this world, Edward Ture of this world. Then people, for me, they can talk and find a way for make them go utilize within NRM they see, for make APC get for, you understand, transform. But the likes of Payasana and others misunderstood them. And they don't give them space for me to explain themselves properly. The next thing we know, they were captured. Me, when they talk to you, so when that's in the middle of London now, when they go court for the Ojukutu Convention, now call, I mean, not the group them, the NIM group them, all of the groups them. Now I call them. I say, you say, me not the guy interfere with what you want to try to do. I say, but the timing is bad. I say, you know, almost people they don't spend because like we we send them 500,000. That's the they don't know me true with this shit. So who they call? Hey, Mr. Ojukutu, I go my potluck. You send up even yourself Juma just so world do that thing in there. Hey, that 500.
No comment.
You understand? Because that was the ever first meeting for APC after the election, that local convention. So will people then be one go out, relax, enjoy themselves na post local? You understand? So we send people together. Now I say not to the big legend on a punish soul. I say now the grassroots there on a punish soul. We don't get the money, buy petrol, don't go sacrifice that truth you're gonna pay. I say now from there the bad blood within the grassroots begin towards the NIM because they miscalculated. By the time that when the Council Convention Day and whatnot, we all know the rest of the history, which they are waiting for. But meanwhile, whilst that is going on, Dr. Samura Kamara continue with in campaign and presence all over the country. NIM, the battle with party office, Dr. Payasane, and Komana McKinney, Victor Fo, the duo with SLPP, Alpha Khan, the duo with SLPP, Sylvia Bada Self de Payon, all man de Payon. Dr. Samura Kamara, they move smoothly, they do in pass like the one who country. By 2022, when people don't begin realizing Madabiona really in a bad couple, people then begin surface back say they want to be flag bearer. No rational thinking. I'm sorry to say this. No rational thinking. No sit down and look say this man the way it don't go. Let we come together. Let we talk to this them boy for the NRM business. Let we see how we can address the court case. Let we see how we can do with Sansumana. Let we sit down and talk with President Nkrumah. Let we try and put APC together. Efforts were made, of course. JFK, they will make their own effort. This big Alajuwa, they self making your effort. Several times, President Nkrumah self making your effort. Dr. Samura and the team making an effort and calling for go na Laka or somewhere else. Now one great person turn up, so not turn up. So all of those things, why is there all that not frustrate Dr. Samura? It continue. Basically, they move around. He not left the country. Why?
But he could not leave because of the Beolin passports and everything. There's no way he could leave.
Yes, but I can tell you on 2 occasions, he had invitations that the international community would have intervene and make it go and come back, but he said no, they travel. You understand? So he just concentrates on doing things.
Just quickly for make a correction. Yeah. I think he traveled out of the country once in the last 5 years.
Yes, correct.
To the Gambia.
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Just to make that correction. Yes. Carry on.
So why is all that going? Why is he deep on all of this? By the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, of course, by that time, the Sierra Leoneans and the suffer now. The abuse of human rights, the killings, Pademba Road, the killings Tatumbo, the McKinney, all the things they creep up. You know, the dollar they go up, the price of data they go up. Then, of course, we had the issue of COVID. You know, and Sierra Leone said, but not to this should be bargained for with President Bio Paupa. Then, suddenly, the court case then begin press on. Then Alfred Peter Conte emerged.
Well, NIM2 emerged.
NIM2 emerged. There was a night, 2022, then I was working night. I come on one meeting with one of the former flag bearers, I don't call him. Now, Bamanzi. I had to go Waterloo Station for take me again for go walk. This Yusuf Obowa, they tell you, say, that I bring NIA come to me originally. Yusuf Macauley. Call me. He said, Mr. Macauley, somebody want to talk to you. I said, who that? He said, Alfred Peter Conte. I said, at the meeting, While done the meeting, where I dey go for go take me train, you can call me while they inside the train. I said, I don't like for talk na train, but because na net, the train go empty, so I go able to talk. And as God will have it, I said, sit down. And the phone call come. Joint three-way kind of
conference call.
Alfred Peter Kote come on the line with Yusuf. He introduced himself to me. That tell I say, well, whatever you get for tell me, I'm not interested. I say, me, anybody who the KPC go court, I'm not interested. I say, whatever you tell me, whether I'm a schoolman a dictator, whether Payasanan a dictator, whether they even was past Hitler, I say, I'm not interested. I say, me, not to talk to anybody with the KPC go court. He want try for introduce himself, Hindi, see that. I say, well, now Europe and America world. You know, I say, so I don't need for no what you be or what you get. Well, I said, I have no interest. Yusuf tried for intervene once or twice. I said, Yusuf, I answer this call out of respect for make this man know, see, yes, I will talk to him, but may not get nothing for exchange of discourse. That was the one and only conversation I ever had with Alfred Peter Conte. Because I personally believe, see, you know they go court for solve political problems. You know they happen, you know, possible. All the time we're wasting a court, the last 2 years and so, and not solve no problem. You understand? So that done, then Dr. Samura Kamara now, officially now between that end of 2022 for begin 2020, end of 2021, 2022, that yes, indeed, is going for the flag bearership. Of course, at that same time, in a battle, the court case about the New York building, the chancery, and yeah, people where Sierra Leoneans have to appreciate or not, will not recognize. The Africanist press, China did a lot. Because if China not been come out with some of their information indeed, the chances are they could have cooked something up for Dr. Samura by this time to tell Dr. Samura not for this as flag bearer. Then Lara Telopias. Oh, you know, there's a saying na Creole will no say kakochwe wa lakina pamambo tulidigo. From one thing to another, any two of them in the church was basically the work they fed rather than the put there up. The commission of inquiries. I mean, it is no exaggeration for say if you audit the SLPP government in the last 4 years, going to 5 years, the amount, I'm not going to say thief with the greatest respect because I don't get evidence of that yet. The wastage where we don't know of is more than some of the money we talk say APC thief in 10 years or 11 years. I mean, no exaggeration. So, by the time where we did done mid of 2022, we had people now coming out saying themselves want to be flag bearer and presidential candidate for the APC. And one of the problems I had with President Koroma, including my own personal experience when I went for the mayorship, and as somebody who experienced Shaka Stevens' regime, and as somebody who they follow other political events right across the world, it is your right, yes, for come say you want to rule your country. But I'm sorry, not to all Tom, Dick, and Harry for grab say I want to be flag bearer. I'm sorry.
But what should be expecting for do?
Well, some people say yes, when somebody go meet and say, I want to be flag bearer. Even 2018, I want to come out for the flag bearership. You know, when get nothing for you, you go say yes, go ahead. I believe I've read history and I've seen it happening where, including in this country, where somebody come out to say, I want contest for the leader of the Conservative Party or of the Labour Party, or including Nigeria, big one, and they will call you and tell you, say, no, that place is not for you. Wait, we will fence your side for you. Including America. It's not come out openly. But if you read history, I just open one about Johnson and others when J.F. Kennedy make Johnson vice president. The scenario they went through. You understand? So for me, not all of them, but there were people who came up. We meet President Nkrumah because they all go to us, say, Mr. F1 come up for the flag bearership. He could have stopped them. Not aggressively, but he could have said, no, this is not for you.
So, but let's ask a question, and I'll try for bring T-Boy come in. You know, on that note, because already you said or explain that people let me just get quest for going to court, but that was before that. So 2017, 2018. We see a situation wherein President Nkrumah, based on accounts of people that win having flag bearer, they were called multiple times, or at least twice. The 28 people were given the opportunity to go sit down
and choose somebody
to ourselves and try for narrow this down, choose somebody and come. They came back, they said, no, we're not able to agree. That's one thing. So this was not President Nkrumah telling them, don't go. I
agree.
Twice. And they came back to say no. You know, so for them later on, for come to the public and mislead and misinform the public, say, oh, President Nkrumah promised them, that was very, very bad. That's one thing.
Correct.
And there are certain people where now we they know, if they're honest to themselves, that President Nkrumah refused to accept a resignation letter. Say, go reconsider. But they still went ahead.
Yes.
So how you go say President Nkrumah not stop them? He gave them a big man and big woman then.
Well, yes, I know, but at the same time, nine are the president, nine are the leader. So
yeah, but if you been stopped then and go say it's try for bully them.
You have a point. You have a point. But again, he is the president. And at the time he command the largest or the biggest political capital in Sierra Leone. And to this date, Dr. Samura, they creep up to that now. President Ernest Bai Nkrumah still carries the largest political capital in Sierra Leone. Although now that is being threatened by the emerging of Dr. Samura Kamara. So for me, I think 2018 has gone. But this 2022, 2023, I think, I mean, for crying out loud, I'll call name, I don't care anyway.
Yeah.
For crying out loud, why would Omigoli believe that he could be elected as a flag bearer for APC? You know, for crying out loud, you know. I mean, for crying out loud, in as much as I have the greatest respect for him, I work for him where they own K's nightclub, Simture, you know. Why would Simture assume that, you know, he could be, not that he's not qualified as a Sierra Leonean, why would he emerge for come out say, instead one be flag bearer for government Sierra Leone? You know what I mean? For crying out loud. The name's the list along.
But if you want to talk about Omigoli, Tiba, get ready. I want you to come into this. Let's look at the table, how the convention ends for flag bearership. There are people who have been campaigning for years, right?
I know you.
And some people, now in second term, this way they put their hat at the ring. And Omigoli just showed up a couple of months ago, and he finished what, third?
Yeah, he got 21.
Yeah, he finished fourth in the race.
Yes.
So you cannot discount him because nobody knew where he came from. And how did he get 20-something votes when you get people like the household name, the way you go say na APC picking, like the
include Pepito and all that. Yes.
Exactly. Well, let's start first with Kemosi. Say where you go say this one.
Yes.
These were the people where they would expect say that the future of APC.
Yes.
You know, he got what, 10 votes? Owimolika beats them from nowhere. So how can you discount it? Tiboy, I want to hear you as well.
Okay, Tiboy coming there.
No. I want to answer that they don't get Tiboy for coming.
Okay, valid point, valid argument, but it still comes to the point that the logic behind the whole arrangement that Omrigoli, Black Bear for the APC, I mean, it's just not. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
Add up.
Add up.
But you can, but you gotta credit him for the building where we get right down as the what you call and boast for, because he was ambassador to South Korea and possibly either influence for get the financing for continue or for complete that process.
Absolutely, we all get to say we are the rich. I mean, I did watch this woman today, Bonaba or something like that.
Yeah, Susan.
The way they talk say that 3 votes he gets. You know, if I'm able to access for Richard, for tell us, me go ask Charles, my guy, do it 2007 or was it 2070 boy or 2000?
No, 2005. 2005.
Well, how much vote he get? Well, even people that I also not vote for her.
Yeah, John Lee, we don't serve as one of the powerful ambassador at the time. Got 1 vote. Yes. What do you call him? Even Madabio was not even part of the race.
No.
They don't even allow her for continue for. They say go sit down first in a corner.
Yes, this woman, these are the people where imagine you go and say you pay out so much money for the flag there. You lost, you end up being a bad loser. You go talk say how so many districts, so many this not 3 votes I get. Because nobody knows you. And nobody don't see you as anything other than just a time waster. And then you end up being a bad loser. So I will give way to T-Boy.
Yeah, T-Boy, let me hear you first, because I will get for Chuk Mr. Macauley, now let's say a few things. Get ready, yes.
No, I like the brief way don't give you from the onset after the 2018 election right up to date. And I believe most of voting you don't say, we're possibly hearing it for the first time. And possibly, I think, now possibly very privy to a lot of information actually of his position at the party. And also, he's a journalist. So he falls under 2 categories. So definitely, I will not be surprised. And it used the professional angle of what he's saying. But sometimes it's fact. Reality kicks in, and you have to be yourself and forget about all your personal, all your professional ethics of what you believe in, and say things as it is, which is what you're doing right now. Which I don't think is bad at all, because your opinion counts a lot, and your opinion means a lot to so many people watching, and so many people that believes in your progression from where you started until you get to the party structure and become the editor of the party paper, and you hand them back over and you continue private practice. So I give huge respect for that. But again, all the discussion we don't get right now is focused on credential, credibility, and delivery. And so far, so good. The last bit on Adif Anawi gets for do with the credibility of potential flag bearer, the way come out to become flag bearer. Again, we always complain with this particular instance in Sierra Leone, entry level is very low.
Yeah.
When the entry level is low, you will expect things like this. So when it comes to certain positions in Sierra Leone, I don't care whether a tribe, nationality, religion, money, finance, or anything. If you are not capable, there should be a criteria of a benchmark. If you not reach that benchmark, it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what you're capable of doing. You should not participate in that particular race at that level because you not reach the benchmark.
Yeah.
So the threshold of all what you do in a salon is very low.
Right.
Some of them are even uppercuts. Where sometimes you don't even expect anybody where you fit to say can just show up. I could have been a presidential candidate if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But guess what? No, I don't think I have the capacity yet. I don't think I can. Well, I can deliver possibly more than any one of them, but capacity threshold.
Yeah.
Am I there to actually become the flag bearer candidate or what? So you got to take a look at yourself. But for the fact, say we haven't mediocres who think they can possibly pay their 50 million or 100 million and contest for flag bearership in Sierra Leone, that's the level.
But even I'm not cut you off, but even the likes of the Constitution talk about certain issues the way some of them people here, I'm not gonna call the name, but because some of them they get thin skin. The Constitution makes certain criteria before you contest for even the flag bearership. Sierra Leone Constitution, that one panel not even qualified, you know. But I won't call name for even go that far, because the next thing you know, they might even try to say, "Oh, you pick on me," you know. But like you said, the threshold, you know. Because me when they talk to you, I had three after one or two of them come out. I had one or two calls from people that say, "But they had to pay for you 50 million. You self-declare." Yeah, including a journalist who called me. He said, Ojukutu. He said, "But I know it's also possible come out." Oh, you come out? I said, "We should go put 50 million for go waste na party." He said, "No, come out. Me pay for you." I said, "No." I said, "It's just a waste of money and waste of time, and ego trip, you know."
Right. So we see all the back end, everything that happened. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just want to highlight some of the lapses of some of the so-called people we expect say get the numbers, get the figures, get all the capacity for become a flag bearer if they've been given chance. Because as far as we're concerned, I think if I some people that actually can't let themselves aware that they are not yet ready for certain positions in society in Sierra Leone.
No, people don't see them fit. That is the problem. I think
that's totally correct. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Because to be honest, the voting system in Sierra Leone for this particular election was clear cut so far, and we believe say when they beat you for sure. And let's look at the scores then. One person, Richard Conte, I gave him full respect for the fact that he started his race.
Yeah.
He genuinely took up his mantle and said, "I want to become a flag bearer" years back. And he began for doing campaign, he began for doing hard work. He began for go around and make himself known. He began for do national tours all over the country.
Yeah.
Person like that one, they come second. Full-blown respect, because he deserves to be a runner-up. Because he did all his work.
Yeah.
The only thing on my way, if you say fall against him, you're fighting against a candidate who is a previous flag bearer and who is the most popular amongst all. So basically, it's a tough hill to climb. And I think for the fact say able for gets double figures and substantial double figures, it means people still believe in him.
Yeah.
And for the fact that people believe in him, they gave him that support. And that support is what he is going to possibly bank on. He's not going to lose hope or feel safe to the end.
For back up what you say, for make people learn lesson, then you will come back. Just like 2018, when they call the so-called Big Six in the meet, they mean tell them say, una go meet, una give one person. Now, imagine if they were smart enough and thinking logically, you understand, because Dr. Richard Conte was part of the Big Six. If they may sit down and think logically, and then not make ego, play and pride play into it, what the result shows is that Dr. Richard Conte would have given Dr. Samura a run for his money. Continue, Tibor.
I totally agree with you on that, because a few weeks ago when we talk about consultation within the APC party, I thought it was not a bad idea. Because meaning, to be honest, where there is democracy, there is still going to be an element of ganging up and fight against anything we know for fight against, only if we now work together collectively. Because you have about 16 or 17 candidacy for that particular position there.
Yeah.
What's the force? Everybody will not be the leader. Now the same thing happened with I know for Brian, but I think he was mentioning with the KKY incidents. As in, you work within a body of people who wants to put together a coalition, and you as a power partner, you for lead. It doesn't have to mean, or it not really mean say you forbid the leader or make that change they come. I think that is the problem where the flag bearership, then we don't get all this while. They form a team of Big Six or Big Seven, and they still cannot decide amongst themselves who is best fit but take the position and lead. Because if them don't choose an individual and then all rally around that individual day, then if don't give Dr. Samura run for his money. But guess what? When you have fractions, 15 of you guys fighting one game person, another already lose 15 votes individually. And that one game person, you don't get 15 votes just on your own. Whilst another lose 15 votes. So now one vote don't go for now, you don't get 15 votes on your own. So if anybody been there, 30 people and they vote for now, 15 of them can vote for now 1-1, and then 15 decides when Samura Kamara now wants, obviously, they win automatically. That's not the level of greed where they within the community they won't able to understand, because we're able to don't discuss and agree. So, okay, you better pass me. Okay, let's come together and move on. But the criteria of the entry level threshold is very low in Sierra Leone, and not just for flag bearership or any kind of thing in Sierra Leone. Now, from the rate at which professional applicants are actually vouching for positions in Sierra Leone, which is so low, that's why we have people with no capacity.
What do you mean? You and Winston, I still not agree on this point, but does that not discriminate against other people? Because if you say the criteria, if you make the criteria so high, that means you just reserve politics and power for a few people, but then you're calling for a broader political participation.
I disagree, Chuma. Let's take an example from...
I'm asking. I want to hear what you guys have to say.
Obama did not have millions of dollars stuck in the bank when he was running for presidency in America. But guess what? He encourages every American to donate $1 to his campaign. Imagine how many million Americans we have all over the world. Just in America alone, Obama could have raised more than $500 million, right? If he is more than that.
I just read this now, Tony Blair. When you read that,
Tony Blair didn't have money. What in Tony Blair been get now speaking power for convince people of his ability to change labor government, and he brought in new labor concepts. Concept sometimes is better than finance, and politics. People keep running around.
But you're saying entry level was low. What do you mean? Wouldn't that be the entry level? Let's talk about Sierra Leone standard.
Salon standard. You don't come up from the rank of managing institutions, forget to a situation where you have the capacity to deliver, and you have delivered in those capacity. 1, 2, you guys forget some amount of financial backing for making you able to compete for flag bearership in any situation, meaning the entry level for pay for become a flag bearer is $1,500, for example. If you say that is the threshold, anybody may not get that $1,500, it'll go find people that will believe in them for getting the $1,500. If people can believe in you, let us say, for example, now we say the entry level for flag bearership in Salon now $50,000, yeah? Because the last election, I mean $10,000. That's chicken money. Anybody can provide $10,000, and then let's go and free. You not care because you know it puts in name at the level for say I was a contender for a presidential aspirant. Now this political party.
Tiboy, don't go far. Don't go far. Years back, before you become a councillor, Nafrita City Council, you forget who's Nafrito.
Exactly.
You forget who's Nafrito.
Exactly. So you cannot manage your house and you want to come manage other houses? Come on. Now, like I would say, if you are not a responsible marriage couple, you should not lead in church. Those are some of the criteria. If you're not imam, you want to rule the mosque, you forget wealth. You forget some kind of institution where you get in the control. Because those are some of the thresholds that you will look at for see how responsible is this person. How can he make a decision that is not going to be biased against people who doesn't have kids? How is he going to make a decision that is not going to be biased against people who have kids? How is he going to make a decision that is not going to be biased against
Tiboy, before you come in, Juma, Tiboy, not even label yourself. Within the international community, the United Nations of this world, the Commonwealth Secretariat of this world, the World Bank, the IMF, all of these big Brentwood institutions, of which I have had the privilege to be a consultant on 1 or 2 occasions, they have what they call memory bank. If you do not have that bank to go back for, say, this paper, what be all this paper, now so I do, you have no chance. We have people who were coming up for, say, they want to be flag bearer. where honestly, even the ministry where they may give them as ministers were not properly managed. And yet they want to rule Sierra Leone. I mean, I hope say in the next 5 to 10 years, this late man may try for do something with the constitution.
Justice Cowan.
Justice Cowan. It was put aside. We need for get a constitution where go try a little bit more for address some of the issues here where they make we get all the including the issues of even the PPRC, the political deals, because we need go ahead.
No, I just wanted to bring in, I agree with you too that they say, okay, to a large extent. But the constitution as it sits, the national constitution, they create problem because they are the reference point. For example, the APC say if you want to go for flag bearer, they say you get for contribute 500 million, right? Mm-hmm. But then certain people, especially the big six, and these people are millionaires, they're most of them, you understand, had to go to the PPRC and go complain and possibly go na court say the money boku, and then we get for reducer. So not to like say they not get the money, the party try for set a standard, but they not get every kind person, but they just went into disrupt.
Juma, not to don't get the money.
Exactly, I was going
to. But like how T-Boy say, if you not get the money, you forget people who believe in you, who will forget that 500 million.
Because
the fact when the threshold was 100 million or whatever it was, and then they go competition for UGSAM, it means they don't care that much about the position, but the money. Because the money they go pay, now money when they able for give up and say, that's it. I go for go, no more myself run the race and make myself useful and get some to the track for say, I'll be done contest for flag bearership for APC.
We still don't get you middle, so we'll get you fine, let people and see.
That is all.
No, the other way. Because as far as me concerned, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because as far as me concerned, when you make the threshold $50,000,
no, you hide Winston, go back.
Like how Mr. Macauley
said, you're okay there.
There is no way Mr. Macauley they pass with 50 million. Where in over that 50 million, they go do so much better things for them.
Exactly.
We can't waste stuff. We can't be flag bearer.
Exactly.
But not to waste. You're putting it into something that you believe in. You're not wasting it because you believe in yourself. They say put your money where your mouth is. Right?
Let's be honest. Let's be very honest. Now, one game flag bearer, me see one race inside salon. We can't second. To be very honest to you, the rest, I did not see them campaign at all.
The only thing they did,
for Gona village, that's a campaign and they will.
No. Even Tibo, you're generous to them. The only thing, the whole lot of them, when you take a, in fact, don't forget Richard Conte. Apart from the fact say he go all over the country, Naina been the only courageous man who challenge authorities, SFPP authorities, on several occasions.
Yeah.
And he had the presence, you understand me, by virtue of his size and height. You understand me? So he was there. You understand? When you take Richard Conte out of the equation, you understand? Ebo, the only thing they may get as qualification is that myself the APC, me a senior man. Why make na Samura for be flag bearer?
But then why he undermine himself by joining the big six? Did he not believe in himself?
Juma, you go call him undermine. I agree with you at some point, but I think in their own little corner thinking, if we come together, we can make a force against this man. Failing to realize they did not have a single representation. There is nothing wrong with that.
So then I doubt the way that they think they're rational.
But that's what I'm saying.
There was nothing wrong with forming a big six.
It was wrong because if you form a big six and you're all competing for the same thing, no one wants to, leave it for the other person. And now one green flag bearer APC at the end of the day. So that was a big blunder.
You know why? I don't cut you off today. You know why? You remember why I talk say with people, including the likes of Dr. Richard Conte, not believe for take advice from outside. You understand me? if you look in politics, including Nigeria and Ghana, including Liberia, because I do the research, everybody these days, when they get into politics, they consult outside strategists.
Yeah.
If they can waste that kind of money, they waste. All they needed to do was to bring in one strategist. Sit down with that one strategist. What is the best way for beat Dr. Samura Kamara? It's on. But they don't get that belief. Say, why should me not Dr. Richard Koche? Me not Alemame Pepito? Me not Paulo Koche? You understand? Me not Dr. Mara? You understand me? They don't get that rationale for say, let us bring somebody, let's decide the way the pros and cons. Okay, Dr. Richard Conche, you are good at this, you are good at this, you are good at that. Dr. Mara, you are good at this, you are good at that. Almam Pepito, you are good at that. So, having looked at all of these gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen or gentlemen, now, I would suggest that Dr. Richard Conte or Dr. Mara, you will be the flag bearer, and the rest of you will back Dr. Richard Conte or back Dr. Mara Pepito. You understand? And then we will put a case to the party saying, this is what we're going to do. And then you will come as the flag bearer, as the presidential candidate. But they didn't. All of them went thinking that they refused to accept the ego, to say, let us select one person who will be the flag bearer.
Well, I totally agree with you, Mr. Macauley, because to me, I can always say having a doctorate degree doesn't necessarily make you a politician. Having a doctorate degree doesn't necessarily make you a political analyst. What they fail to understand is what you just expressed. But at the end of the day, when you think you have all the intellectual capacity to run your administration where you were before, you're not coming into a different platform that you don't have no clue. To be a minister does not make you a politician. To be a lawyer does not make you a politician. It doesn't matter what capacity of your position you have earned.
Go and ask the man in Singapore.
You are not a politician. You are not a politician. People think politics is something that they can just jump into because they have money, then get name, then get fame. No, it's not like that. So things you do.
Timo, wait. They don't even have names. Well, because if they have names, you will not put 3 votes. I'm sorry. If you have names, you will not put 1 vote. I mean, go to Rwanda. Go to Rwanda. Ask Paul Kagame what is politics. He will tell you. Find the man who transformed Singapore. Ask him what is politics. He will tell you. You understand? Let's leave America and Britain out of this equation. Go to this woman who spoke during the environment conference in Barbados. Go to her, ask her what is politics. She will tell you what is politics. Not because I happen to have been Minister of Works or Minister of Internal Affairs, or so automatically I know what is politics. No, they don't know what is politics. And the other thing now, even the flag bearer, Dr. Samura Kamara, is going to be confronted with that issue of what is politics, who is a technocrat. Because
I wanted to ask you, is Dr. Samura Kamara a politician based on what you guys have highlighted?
No, he's not. He's a technocrat. And now is the time for him to sit back and start learning. President Nkrumah learned. If you go back and look at President Nkrumah as leader of the opposition, and then as president of the Republic of Sierra Leone, the first 2007, 2008, quarter from 2008, look President Nkrumah 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2012. He was a different person. He was a different person. Now, we have a situation where a lot of these people believe that because I can write English, well, for discussion's sake, I can write my own speech. I don't need somebody to write me speech.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have a situation where people feel say, oh, because I'm a doctor, I don't need to be taught how for talk na public. You're wrong. there is not one leader. We have the books there, all of them in place there. There is not one leader from Winston Churchill, one of the greatest political orators. We now go through some teaching as to how for team up, how for put you in a pocket, how for make. The other day, I had talked to somebody. I asked him, a Sierra Leonean by that way. Big man way saying a politician. I say, you know how for tell somebody politely in public, how for F off, nobody don't know, so you tell the person. He said, Ojukutu, you can't even say that. I said, no, you don't. It's body language. He said, really? I said, yes. I said, all you have to do is do this. He said, do it again. I said, no, I don't do it again, sir. All of those, so all of those things are taught by people who spend their time, they learn. And then they come meet you, Mr. Juma. Mr. Juma, you're now Prime Minister. You call me for come engage you. Yes, sir. This is where we're going to start. Next time we're going to public, we team up. If team up shoe. Next time when you hold the paper, not all and show. Now show you for all. And then when you talk, you issue it. Look, not begin. All of those things. Now, it doesn't come naturally. It never. Now, very few.
Mr. Macauley.
Yes.
I am not stopping you, but I would just want to make you get short inside because what you talk so now team way as a team we've struggled with so many so-called politicians.
Better ask me.
From their pep to pay rape. And guess what? The challenges the way you face. Now, like, I don't know if you can tell me what things are for or for way. For example, clothes. I don't know if you can tell me what clothes are for way. Can you imagine? I don't begin wear clothes from when you're not born. It's cool, no problem. But guess what?
Yeah.
They fail to understand one thing. As soon as you don't become a public image, you become a brand straight away.
Yeah.
And they don't understand the ideology behind branding.
Yeah.
And come and make them a product, they are thinking, you don't need for selling me again because no man don't sell me done.
Voila.
We have worked away from so many so-called household politicians based on the criteria. I am already popular.
Yeah.
People for make me popular than voting I don't be. But guess what? Not everybody likes you. Are you considering those that don't like you and the reason why they don't like you?
No. You go. In fact, you're going too far. The one that will like you don't like you. So now, as a politician, you have to attract the ones who don't like you.
Exactly.
Let's take, for instance, when I was a consultant to the Sierra Leone Association of Commercial Banks, which is the organization for all the managing directors. We had the Ghanaian who was head of the Eco Bank. He was the only one who was a Ghanaian. He was the only one who was ready to listen to me when they go out on functions. I say, oh, na so for do. The Nigerian MDs, no, I tell a lie. The MD in a Guaranteed Trust Bank was very cooperative because he don't work outside. You understand me? The Nigerian Guaranteed Trust Bank and the Ghanaian Eco Bank were the only two. All the others, Sierra Leoneans and whatnot, they don't want to know. I remember, I'm not calling them just before I give way. I remember one and get a function. They would prepare the paper and everything. They went to the function. The tie was this was that. So after the program, I call them. I say, I wish you had told me you get for make speech. I say, I would have done a 2-paragraph for you, sir. I try to watch me like, Ojukutu, you know how long I don't dip on Banky? Imagine that. So these are some of the challenges we face. Coming back to the issue on the ground. So we get to a point where after all the fighting and going to court, and then you brought in, but we've left one aspect out of all of this fighting: the alleged involvement of the SLPPI President Bill in the APC in fighting. Now, honestly, I don't think anybody gets proof tangible proof that the SLPP, in the person of President Bio or whosoever, was or tried to find somebody for undermine or influence what is going on within the APC just to prevent either Dr. Samura or the APC coming up to be a fighting force for 2023. But when you look at situations, when you read what was going on and what is still going on, it is not wrong to assume that somebody outside the APC was influencing certain big guns within the APC for the throw spanners into the works. I don't know what you guys, I don't know. I mean, for me, for a long time, I personally believe that there were people who were being influenced or were directly influencing the court case with the hope that Dr. Samura Kamara could be prevented from being the flag bearer.
So internal or external?
Both internal and external.
Right. So that leads me to the question, how APC managed for police delegates conference off? Because as at the last minute, no one was sure. Sierra Leoneans were not sure that the APC was going to go ahead with it. With that last minute injunction, we will see some names, they even demand names. You know, people were not, they even within the APC hierarchy, they were just government appointees, or political appointees.
Juba, is very simple. And I'm sure you know, but I welcome the question. The diplomatic mission intervened. The international community intervened and came out and read the Riot Act, say, if you continue down this line, Sierra Leone will go up in flames. Sierra Leone will go up in flames. It was very obvious that Sierra Leone was heading into a chaos, into a conflict. And the international community, knowing what they have spent in Sierra Leone and in Liberia to resolve the war and other conflicts, they were not prepared to sit down and see Sierra Leone go up in flames again. Because if Sierra Leone had gone up in flames, it would have affected Liberia, it would have affected Guinea, in fact, it would have affected the entire sub-region, and that would have spread to the issue of refugee and internally displaced people. So the international community intervened, and that is why the APC now has a flag bearer.
So let's look at McKinney, 3 days. What did you see? Is it a rebirth of the APC, hope for Sierra Leone, or it was just a...
Why you jump? Look who come for Saudi now, we don't go. Come on, man.
No, I'm going now. Don't pass all the under now. No, I know CD.
If I guess we gone, then we're not going for go now, McKinney. Because we
go pinch now. We gone as well. You know, but I'm not talk about the thing, because I think so. Get for open the phone line. The way I see the thing, they go get for open the phone line. So when you see McKinney, everything.
When I see McKinney, it come back to it make I feel happy, pleased with myself, that I have a small book.
Really?
Yes. Because on so many occasions, a lot of people will dismiss President Kouama.
What do you mean?
That is finished. He not get any more influence over the APC. And that Dr. Samura, after all, there is no evidence that the people want Dr. Samura, and quote unquote, I will call my own friend and brother, big brother, the likes of Abbas, former Speaker of the House, will contest for the chairmanship, Ibrahim Bundu. You know, we had a debate on AYV television after the first decision came out from Justice Fisher. And when I tell her, say, you know, you're wasting time, Samura is going to be the flag bearer, he said, you don't have any proof of that. You don't have any evidence that Samura is even popular. And then he said, he said to me, we are going to the ballot box. Let us go to the ballot box. But Tibo, you have the result. How many votes Bundu get?
He get vote?
I don't know. Hold on.
Because I think he was not even present there. How can you be contesting to lead a party and you didn't even get the guts for going at the convention?
Now call your second name back.
Ibrahim Bundu. Yeah, he contested for the chairmanship of the party.
Oh, chairmanship. No, I don't get the chairmanship vote with me.
Okay. You see, because when we met on AYV TV towards the end of after the Justice Fisher judgment, and it was like when I tried to explain to her what is happening, he said to me, he said, Ojukutu, you don't have the evidence. You don't have the. He said it's not the issue of logic here. He said, let us go to the ballot box. It was like that. And we went to the ballot box, and we've all seen the results. So the bottom line here is that people like we, from day one, see Sierra Leone, not the APC party, Sierra Leone has embraced Dr. Samura Kamara. So McKinney proved that. You understand? Because you have to remember, all the people who seen a tweet today and a McKinney title today are not registered, paid up members of the APC party, but they are voters. Easily, without exaggeration, I would say about 70 to 75% of them are voters, right? So, and what happened, or what is happening, they have embraced Dr. Samura Kamara. And we people them within the APC refuse to accept that. That is one thing. Secondly, McKinney also confirmed that President Kuroma, Ernest Bai Kuroma, still has the largest political capital in Sierra Leone. It is just unchallengeable.
So based on what you saw in McKinney, was President Kuroma right to select Dr. Samura Kamara in 2018 for 2018 elections? Was he right?
I would say yes.
Based on what you saw?
Yes, I would say yes, because I remember two incidents. Me, Mohamed Sanko, One Drop, and Sheikh Exclusive. On a Saturday, the three of us, we sit down in front of President Kuroma and Godrich. That time, this tussle will go on about who is going to be the flag bearer, who is going to be the flag bearer. And then One Drop asks her. You see, President Kuroma gets certain people, including myself, although me I like a push and dog. You understand? Where he can relax, when I talk. You understand? I've had that privilege. You understand? So on that particular Saturday, the three of us with President Kuroma, we're having this discussion. And then One Drop say, oh wait, other than this possible you remember for Guinness flag bearership. You understand? Now I tell we see the possible way will go United Nations. Unawacha. That time Dr. Samura was not even, his name was not even mentioned as a flag bearer. You understand? Then Dr. Samura ended up in the White House with Obama. If you remember, he was recalled to come back. That's alone. But when Dr. Samura left for go, now One Drop called me. He said, Ojukutu, you remember what Ibike that Ibike tell me that Saturday? I said yes. I said, I just here. I said that Samura the flag bearer. So now I call Alassane Kano. Then I tell Alassane Kano, I say that Dr. Samura the flag bearer. But Ibike be play a trick on me at that time. He asked me, say, make I go out and find out from JFK and EBK who the people you understand? And I did. And I went back to him. So when I come back now, before he tell me about this United Nations, when I tell Alassane Kano say, that's Dr. Samura they out, they don't go to UN. Then Alassane say, well, send this message to her, tell us that happened. By the time they reached France for returning to Sierra Leone, I sent this message to them. That was why, on the day of the nomination or the selection at McKinney 2018, I don't sleep na me bed na McKinney, whether they announced say Dr. Samura na the flag bearer. When somebody can knock na bigger, one na me secure. If sabi am bigger, women
they no bigger. Yeah.
Now my mind was sabi dey na McKinney. That be Sunday. When I go to the all the morning, first of all, we didn't lodge us. The lodge that new place, we did the whole night to prepare for the celebration. People all the doubt. Una sure na Dr. Samura. In fact, that day the Dr. Samura refused for pool money for buy cow. Now Alasan Kanu say Ojukutu tell this man say na the flag bearer. If I was going to leave, then I tell her say, Doc, you are the flag bearer. Whether unless we don't tell or not, he not tell we say he know. But he was like, no. So he left he go. So when we don't then Lojo stay 2-3 in the morning, we passed now the party office, we look what they go on. Then I went home. I lay down the sleep around about 3-4 o'clock. Somebody they can knock. Ojukutu. That Dr. Samura na the flag bearer. I say maybe no. I said the only two I not be know whether it was between Cherry Coco and Tunis. Because those were the two names. Tunis wouldn't just appoint, elect so as a
publicity sector.
Yes, it was between Tunis and Cherry Coco. Because it was.
So we predicted 5 people and 1 became the running mate.
The running mate. Yes, it was.
Me and T-Boy, we sit down, we do maths and everything. Yes. We look at dynamics. We had 5 names. We shortlisted 5, and 1 of the 5 became the running mate.
Was Tunis among the list?
Was he? We put some, but we put question mark.
Closer, but there was a question.
It was closer. Yeah. We had Maligi on the list instead of Tunis.
No. Ines was looking for a younger person. And
Sam Maligi was young, and the reason why we had Maligi on the list because of his bond, his southeast connection, his Afrobe connection, his Fula connection. Okay. That's why we had him over. Maligi.
Okay, that's Fula connection. Okay.
Maligi's mom is Fula, I think.
Okay. So you were right in doing that, but somewhere along the line, when we did with Dr. Samura in campaign, because he came in Bijumani, he not been looked too happy. I think somewhere along the line, and then shift him away, and then it was now weighing between Tunis and Cherikoku. But the Tunis factor was the fact that Tunis was seen as still new to the party.
Exactly. For us, that was the reason why we use wait for us. And again, with the Maligi thing, because of the bad name, the connection with Christiana Thorpe, Indadi, Sam Maligi, Chief, and all of that. So now make Insai other reasons and that make we put on the list. But we say sometimes it will be like too obvious now people in face. But all we indication, Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba was top on the list because of inexperience, those kind of things. Now make it lead, but we'll still be the look at, a few other names there. One we mentioned.
Two reasons why not only Anes Kuma and God know why he chose Dr. Samura Kamara. But for me, I look at 2 reasons. In fact, I remember when we reached the stadium from McKinney, Elizabeth Maskam, because my newspaper, the headline that day was that it's the economy, stupid. You understand me? So for me, during the campaign and during the time when the election, Samura was selected as the flag bearer, I thought it was because of the economy, right? And then somewhere along the line, something crept into me that yes, okay, it's because of the economy. Then after the elections and what happened, I then said to myself, the possibility exists that Madabio was going to do 2-term, right? And by the time Madabio in 2nd term the done, Dr. Samura Kamara and all the others would have phased out, and a new generation of APC would emerge. Because there was this sincere feeling that President Bio was going to govern fairly well, and that he will do.
Mr. Macauley, you describe for being politically correct. Let me just
no.
That view day.
Let me.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Now, there was a program on Star Television, me and late Dr. John Musa of blessed memory. I don't know if you know Sabia, man with one of the man who I mean with the finest brain in the world. I'm telling you, Dr. John Musa, I'm in the Open Vice President office. We describe Mother Bio not even as apprentice on Star Television. We describe him as the apprentice to the apprentice. You understand? On Star Television, me and Dr. John Musa. And then we had calls from people, including journalists, where tell we see Mother Bio is going to be the best thing that ever happened to Sierra Leone. So when I say
you have to hunt those people down and ask them again that question.
Oh, you should go to my Facebook page December last year when I called them. In fact, I know of a journalist who is a very close friend of mine when I mentioned President Nkrumah to her at one time. If Vexi banged the table and asked me who that President Nkrumah be, if we feel say President Nkrumah na God, if President Nkrumah gets alone. On a day like this today, that journalist cannot talk because of the way Mother Bio they govern Sierra Leone. Because believe me, there were people who thought Mother Bio was going to be the angel of Sierra Leone. So it is right to say there are people who thought Mother Bio was going to govern well. You understand? And for that reason, I have no evidence to that effect. But there is that feeling that President Nkrumah and a few others assumed that Mother Bio, he was going to govern well, and he would do 2 terms, and by the time they're done in 2 terms, all the people will contest for the flag bearer would have phased out, right? But as it turned out for me, Mother Bio turned out for me a bad couple. He is a bad couple.
Right. Mr. Macauley.
Yes.
The selection of Dr. Samura Kamara, possibly likely
2018,
and as Nkrumah might not have said it publicly, but take into consideration all the potential and maybe don't put their hand up for become flag bearer, we are people that he has worked with, including Dr. Samura Kamara.
Yeah.
So, not a person maybe one for making legacy just wiped out, even though some people become appreciative of in legacy now, to go to the sea. But I think say if you want something for be continuity, maybe look at
I agree with that. I
will carry on with this legacy and make sure that this legacy with some child don't begin put together last. Because remember say former President Nkrumah in first 5 years in office was brilliant. Everything that he did works well, everything was fine, everything was going on smooth. It was the agenda for change. The agenda for change works because the changes that it was working towards became a reality. But after the agenda for change, agenda for prosperity became a bit of a challenge. Because
I think Ebola interfered with that.
I don't think, yes.
Ebola interfered with that.
I agree. But immediately after the disaster of Ebola, agenda for prosperity collapsed.
Well, because by that time, another culture, by that time now, we were thinking about elections.
Transition. And then all the people,
now. So
before they focus on governance and delivery, they were focusing on what you call them for takeover from President Nkrumah.
So not so him not been the person where be the focus on transition, but the people who have been the Southern government be now be focused on transition. So
there's another aspect. There's another aspect to this one, Keyboy. You know, say there was a time when there was this thing that after you came into play.
Yes, the after you was not legit. The only thing after you became so much popular is because you have some people within the party structures that wanted him to stay for their own benefit.
Correct.
If he stays, it is going to be a continuity business as usual, and he wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
So basically, the after you was something that they was just cook up. And for making it look like for say he wanted a 3rd term. I don't feel
but don't forget t-shirts. Don't forget t-shirts were printed.
Oh, you know how many t-shirts and on print right now for say now X and Y and Z could be flag bearer? Of course, you cannot stop.
You know, ask him if you know how many people were born. Almost people were born t-shirts in 2017. Now McKinney, Where we don't print saying at them already.
Listen, missing man come out inside out all day later on, later in the afternoon, you understand, where he lost direction by the celebration.
You know how many buses then be stranded now? Fleet, so we not go back again, McKinney?
By the way, talking of that day, what happened to John Cisse?
Good question for another discussion.
Yeah, for another day. So let me go now to again 2018. But T-Boy highlights something I think we need to touch on. The diaspora participation in this whole APC process, and you were one key person, particularly in the UK.
Yeah.
The kind of interest we see, were you expecting that? Because like the party be don't disintegrate, all man be don't begin to give up, but then all of a sudden we saw this vibe.
I think the primary reason for that is the belief that APC will win the election 2023.
Okay.
That is one factor. Then secondly, you see, generally speaking, people love the APC party. Unfortunately, somewhere along the line, we tend to have issues with leadership problems. I.e., as the saying goes, the foot soldiers, they're not the ever get, and I want them to sleep where they work on their nest and then they benefit. You understand? And that needs to be addressed. You understand? But the interest that was shown, or that is still shown within the diaspora, America, England, Germany, I don't know, France, Brussels and all that, Canada as well, it is because there are people that genuinely love the APC party. You understand? But there are certain things that needs to change. For instance, you have a small number of people we believe, see, this is their own ticket to prosperity by getting involved with the APC in the diaspora. You understand? Then you have a small group of people that we believe, see, this now papa de now mama de party. So I am
APC picking them.
APC picking them. You understand? And then APC picking them, they are not even particularly interested in going back to Sierra Leone. Then just love the party and they want to see the party come back in power. You understand? Then you have you have that small group of people that way. If come June 23 or 24, APC lost, then they disappear back. You don't see them again. You don't need nobody again. They are only there now because there is this belief that APC will win, better will follow me. You see. So that is it. But the lesson where we learn, me particularly learned from these elections now the UK and I, is not underestimate anybody. No feature anybody. Try for learn to be a good loser than a bad loser. And genuinely like the party and get the interest of the party, whether you're going to benefit from it or not. You understand? And the thing is, majority of them are Labour Party supporters. Right. Majority of them. And they should learn from the Labour movement that people join the Labour Party not to become parliamentarians, not to become minister, because you have to be in parliament to be minister, not to even become a chancellor. They join the Labour Party because they passionately believe that the Labour Party is the only party that could transform the UK. Then they shuffle at the council houses or at the town houses or the property they don't buy. They are happy to get up and work and be a union member. Period. Sierra Leoneans as a whole, therefore begin for the same thing applies to even in America. Right. You have people who are passionately Republicans, passionately Democrats, but they are not expecting to say when Democrats win, then the economy can make me some tea. All he or she is content with that the Democratic Party then have power.
Right.
The Republican Party then have power. Then you go see the progress of the party. But when you have people who will come today in London or in Birmingham or in Coventry and pull 2,000-3,000 pounds and spend because tomorrow they expect you, you understand? Then you are not a genuine party person. That I also learned this short time while I get involved with the UK and I, you know. And there is another aspect of it where I think that also applies to Freetown. We get for learn for respect each other. The lack of respect within the UK and I, you know, is frightening. You know, and when you listen to some of the complaints where some people can come up with, like for instance about the past administration, you know, you begin to realize it is simply because this individual no get respect for Mustafa. And when you come for no Mustafa, you say to yourself, well, why would you not respect Mustafa? He's a fine young man. He's harmless, very humble. He respects people. And it doesn't come across and begin to say to you, me the chairman for APC UK and I. So you begin to ask yourself, say, this individual, he or she has a personal problem with him or herself. And because of that, I know why they say this, I'm going to get into trouble. You understand? But I'm going to say it. But because of that, that personal issue, that individual, he or she has with him or herself, is then translated into whatever, you know, towards Mustafa. Even this new executive where they don't get. There are people within the APC, UK and I structures, they talk, say, we go make them ungovernable. They're not even start yet.
So what benefits?
Exactly.
So where Usai with the APC, with all what we've done this over the years, right? We've seen these things we talk about. So we've seen arrogance, we've seen disrespect, we've seen ingratitude, we've seen the lack of self-respect, we've seen, you know, all the undermine the UK, because we hear people say, making statements that will teach an Escoma lesson. The Escoma, when I appoint you, now I'm being ringing a public light, you know, for let people even sabi you name first, let alone what you look like. But then you say, you will teach them lesson. We don't see all that. So where also you see how people for work on that fine line between emotion and being strategic. The reason I say this, I spoke to a friend yesterday and we were talking passionately about things that are happening within politics. And the person told me that, Juma, you've been emotional right now. Are you being emotional or what? So the person threw that at me. So then they left me. I'm like, okay, self-check, Juma, try for self-check. You said, me and T-Boy, we can get them bantered and they're a lot. T-Boy can be a cutthroat person. I say he's cold. Where I make you want to be like, by like this, that. But sometimes they will come back, we can't look. You know, he's got a point, you know. So how you advise people within our politics? We want for continue politics. We want for grow within politics. We able for work at that fine line between your emotions and being practical and strategic.
First of all, if you know why make you go into politics, you go into politics because you like your party and you want to help people. You know to go into politics, say I want to be minister, I want to be ambassador. You understand? When you go into politics, purposely say, I go into politics so they go make me minister, so I go be flag bearer, or I go be ambassador. You don't have contentment. You're going to be dissatisfied. And you're going to always find fault to the people. And you will never accept the truth. That is the first thing. And then secondly, you for also accept, see, in politics, you have what you call loyalty. You have what you call you have to climb this, you have to go up, you have to grow in politics. They come today, you suddenly emerge automatically as somebody in politics. But
it was different for Dr. Samura.
No.
It wasn't.
Wait. Don't forget, if you checkmate Dr. Samura in career, he was a technocrat. It was a technocrat. It was a technocrat. We grew within the system, and was fortunate or is fortunate to end up having a friend who ended up being president, i.e. Ernest Koroma. Because don't forget, the NPRC, he worked with the NPRC. Then the AFRC be almost attempt him, but via international community, which he rejected. You understand? And then he came back to Pakaba. You understand me? And then stayed on, and then after a short time, go back. And then Ernest Koroma bring and come back. So somehow he has grown as a technocrat within the Sierra Leone structure. And it can be argued that for every institution we will get now in Sierra Leone, the tax is the NRA, NACIT, the procurement this, the that, Dr. Samura in Prince did it. You understand me? And that is one reason I feel Ernest Koroma considered when he was selected as flag bearer. So, but throughout the process, he is one of the very few politicians who are not greedy. Somebody go tell you, say, he are not free like a Patso or like a Ernest Koroma. Oh, Patso is free, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Well, I get for Brango call that's me big brother because you know with a collar.
Patso now one of the few APC politicians who I know that is almost, I'm not gonna say in par with Ernest Koroma, but he is very generous.
I know that for a fact. I don't
me don't sit down at Patso office Easter 20 after Ebola. The Thursday before Good Friday. Some people could say, Usai pull that kind of money day. People sometimes forget that Patsobi don't work and make money, sell houses now before you go into politics. And let's call things by the real name. As you do work again, you don't go to work 5, 6, 7, 8 years as a government minister. You understand me? You not get small half. If you manage it well, you should have something. You understand? So that argument was all achievement. No, I beg to differ. You understand? Me don't sit down na patrol office on a Thursday for Good Friday, Juma and T-boy. Every soul, every two-legged human being or animal that came into Patrol's office that Thursday, between the hours of 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll just eat done, till 8 p.m. that evening, I last left the building. Everybody left with something for Easter. They smile, then gladdy, they say, hey, by the guy, good Easter. They're not plenty within the APC. Okay, you go say Dr. Samura is not that generous. But we all cannot be generous.
But maybe he's generous to other people in some other way.
You took it right out of my mouth for say. People and they will go say, no, Dr. Samura, me, don't do me good. Oh. You understand me? So, for some people say, he had tight. No. It's just that maybe you're not getting luck. You understand? So, Dr. Samura now, the challenge where Dr. Samura gets now, as a flag bearer coming up, hopefully, and we pray for be president. Now for land, for be politicians. So we'll go into that when you
Tibo, let me hear your say. You benefit from Patso and Dr. Samura Kamara because me, I can't go call that's my big brother, Dr. Pat. What you call
well, that's a very difficult question you asked me. But of course, Patso, I benefit a lot from him because he's been a family person, and I think.
I can't go call that time.
Don't call me. Don't call me.
Me personally, no need for call letter again. Pass can borrow me no more now if you want for borrow me. But I mean for pay back for ingratitude over the past couple of years. So that is something that we cannot discuss on here. But I think it's been very passionate. And I think I know that for sure. Because again, it's not just about his generosity, but he's also a people's person. Pastor today, he making himself very known to everybody, regardless of the capacity of who you are.
They respect everyone.
That is one thing I like about him.
Yeah.
That they look down on anybody.
No.
They disrespect people. He will come and work in and sit down in a small corner, even don't want to be noticed at times. So now, personally, what I say be, again, I'm high respect for that. So I'm thinking, I'm not like for make myself known to him. Back in February, I say, Sami pass, Sami.
Let me ask the question. Now you saying that and going back to what you start with initially, wherein politicians or people in position of trust or, position of abundance think say they know it's all they have. So is this a time wherein the likes of Dr. Samura Kamara can call Patso and say, Patso, show me how to be a politician, a Sierra Leone politician?
Right now,
me
because of the circumstances in Sierra Leone, they make even me save the England. Patso cannot go to Freetown. Them people are the raw, and they are not even now wounded leopard. They are the crazy leopard. We anything now, you understand me, go find reason for do things. So with the hope and pray, APC win the election. Dr. Samura is our next president. One possible way for all close by is Patso. And Patso not only know Freetown, he knows Sierra Leone. He speaks about 4 different languages. He didn't have virtually any society we can think of in Sierra Leone, including, of course, frequencies. You understand? He's
doing power too. I don't see that.
Not challenge him. Not challenge him.
You go join Konopo, not to the team. You want to talk about.
Well, talking of Konopo, I don't know if you know the late Christopher Coker, spelled with K, a journalist.
Not to be discussed on. Yeah, sorry, sir.
Not the power to discuss. What I want to discuss when we go. Diana is married with Ali Bangu and Akono. No, you have to laugh. The late Christopher Coker, I don't know if he's a journalist with a K, and then Christo Johnson, also late now. With I forgot what happened there again. With Milton Boy, you know Milton Boy with America, right? And anyway, there was an argument. Christopher Coker and Shabgominde, and him don't left this power business. He say none day to God. Now he talks see where in die, in don't tell him UFC, they're not for care for her. So the posse will challenge him. I forget the posse name. Now the posse tell us, I lie the line. Will they come for you? You understand? So now Christopher Coker vex. He begin knocking chest. So Christo Johnson, you know Christo Johnson late now. Apparently Christo Johnson is a power boy, but a crow boy. But I worked now McKinney for long. It speaks very good Temine. The same with Milton Boy. Milton Boy too speaks very good Temine. We the crow when not sabi tibidi or no tibo Paul. We see don't what he said. Then they will change per we. You understand me? So Dr. Richard Conte be there at the corner. He'll take he'll breakfast. Then he told to me, we don't know what he go on. He said, Gentlemen, our advice now for left the area first. You understand me? So we left. We don't know what happened. But later when I make this, somebody will be back on Kono Paul anything. So that was a kind of debate where it will make every say Paul. So they're all different.
So you're saying that it falls within what you talk.
Yes.
How would that play into the how does that play or the influence where that guy gets into with politics?
Paul?
All the thing they did. They
tell me 2060 for gold. That's that. Let's also of blessed memory. Let tell you so no Ojukutu don't logo again. I was going to be.
People that are for be brasso right now.
The other two make afraid. You understand me? I don't know if Tibo, you know the boy who die, Kaliso, who die with Pekka.
Yeah, Kaliso. Yeah.
No, that you go for go join. Now you die in a bush.
No, I don't say you say only they talk for 1 hour because
no, we don't know that. We don't know that because
let's move on.
But the fact of the matter is that you're right saying that they have influence. The lodge, the society, likewise, all of those things have influence. But the thing is, we know to utilize them how we should. There was a time when we did them. They utilize lodge, Freemasons, to the benefit of all members. And I'm sure, Tibo, we need to discuss Paul, but I'm sure to some extent it still happens. It's just that, like I said, because the respect's not there again amongst we self. You understand me? That respect we don't go out of the window.
Okay, just quick number. Just a quick brief on what we discuss for talk about.
People don't begin change. See if it's going to change.
And make clarification in so many different areas.
Yes.
Society that we are living has to be respected.
Yeah.
What has happened over the past couple of years, in some parts of Sierra Leone, they have disrespected their traditional beliefs in their societies. And then they don't make people and begin ask questions about how genuine or how beneficial has this secret societies been to mankind.
So they deviate to conversation.
But as far as I'm concerned, in terms of society generally in Sierra Leone, the Kono people have preserved their pro very sacred, and it is still of importance to us, and we maintain that structure there and that culture there, and it is extremely highly beneficial to any indigenous when Kono.
What I go say to that for end the issue about society and whatnot is that when then came me late mama of blessed memory came me to join on team, and then later on the other society there, I was a small boy. But we get people and then tending the one particular man, Uncle Abel York of Robert Street. From the day we sabi that party, I was 7 or 8 years old where I go join. Say I left Salonka, England. Say I go back before he die. In eye, he red like a blood. People in the freedom, it was powerful, but it was not wicked. Likewise, Hastings, Usaimidi, and their society business and they, you begin powerful people them. Likewise, when I go apply for the first time, which una kono big one, Kai Bayo of Bank of Sierra Leone, was my godparent. Now, first came me go apply when I was a small boy, then he be the Bank of Sierra Leone. I witnessed with my eye the power of those societies, the respect we've been there. But like I say, because without being afraid to say so, people they don't join some of their society here, we honestly not get business for joining society here.
Agreed.
They misuse them. Right.
Agreed. And one of the criteria where you highlight, so we 110% agree with you. Now the fact say no disrespect, no harm, no offense to any society. But if at my age, we talk about end skill level earlier on, right? And that is very much important within our society in Sierra Leone, which we take for granted. If 5, 6, 7, 8 years back, as my age, I was 8 years younger, and somebody that approached me say, I want to make you go join lodge, that's disrespectful. You know to what? to the society itself. Because as far as we are concerned, members of the lodge society in our days were people of authority. We don't reach the age of 55 and above.
Yes, a big money. A big money.
As long as they've started to commercialize it.
Oh yes, that's the word. That's the word.
Bringing people with less value for the tradition.
No, party business.
It's not meaningful anymore. So that is why we should not discuss that, because I think that's a total different discussion. Let's continue what we're doing.
So coming back, it come back to the issue of it's an appropriate issue, because there are people who say, oh, Dr. Samura Lojman, oh, Dr. Samura this, Dr. Samura that. Because, but if you're noticing, Dr. Samura has never mentioned it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that make you a surprise where, in a lodgement, they get lawyer and judge they win a lodgement, then wait until the year say, then they enable people in the government for all Dr. Samura Kamara to ransom because of politics. Because there is the then they protect each other's interest as well, especially when it's a bad thing. I just had to mention that.
That's state capture. That's state capture.
Yeah, so that is unfortunate. But let's leave that. We can handle on me. I'm a member of Port Town Hunting. Me a member of Freetown Lodge.
You go make cut off check outside right now. Not talk now what they do them.
I'm a member of Limbao J. Even I want to play Limbao J. Where then they go pool? Port Town. So now we remember the Freetown Lodge, of course. Whether they can host the events there, now we they cater for them. So I'm not joking to you. A family or tell us.
So now that we don't come to we don't get to flag bearer now.
Yes. So let's look at the fanfare today. Flag bearer on the all them days there on an ogonaton. But we hear rumor for say one, we convention reach, heads are announced and they give 3 days blackout. Now they look at was that a panic mode, or was just a coincidence, or what? 3 days blackout. There was supposed to be a national holiday where take place on Saturday, and we know the tradition of the country, holidays that falls on the weekends is celebrated on Monday. But then the holiday was moved to today, Wednesday, which I don't understand the logic behind that. So
it's simple.
Yeah.
Monday night, I informed the Samura camp that Intel will reach UK, that then they changed tactics. APC get crowd. And whether you like it or not, part of that crowd could be around there sometimes, out of excitement and enjoyment. And there is very little you can do to control that. You cannot hold APC responsible for that. So they were expecting APC for Wondong Monday.
On Monday, okay.
Or Tuesday, during working hours, during business activities. And then they will complain that APC don't go interrupt people in life. Yeah. People in the under living, blah, 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 blah. So as we all know now, the true story went down the day when a public holiday. So that's backfire upon them. But thankfully, Lawyer Dumbuya making no complaint too much. Me when they talk so that I mean, if the worst part is me, the APC be the beat me.
APC they beat you.
As a young reporter for the tablet newspaper, they beat me like that. Now APC official will be there Shaka Street opposite electricity.
And Naxa,
yes.
Baba can say, I don't talk say there is very few APC we're not proud for say APC don't beat them.
APC don't beat. Baba Jigida tell me that thing be one party. Baba Jigida party Kojon. You understand? Let Kojorando. When I write my story there, the late Papa Charlie, you know, I said Charlie Bobo. Then why I don't for work na tablet newspaper? I be go down to Simture, na case. I was Dr. Case. Then we get president. President I be the main DJ. Then when president tired, I be the play after president. I was called Dr. Case. So that time Simture was major in the army. Then they say they don't case. Then they go find me in a case, they drag me go down Central. They give me good beach. then they say, okay, you go. When they're ready, they catch you back, they can go to the party office. That's a Cassidy Street. Dumb. Then they beat me to hang me upside down. But I meet him up so.
No, what's the ABC for all them beats then?
It's not supposed for right.
So you feel say because I don't beat so for beat other people.
It's already not take courage by the beat. So no talk about that really, because we don't bring and come up. We talk about electricity, we talk about changing holidays, and now today we see the people will come up. We can play the videos them shortly.
Whatever, fire, tear gas and all that.
Yeah. But let's start with the rowdy moment of, if we technical director can do a favor or show the beatings of the newly elected Secretary General of the All People's Congress.
Before I show him, I know the underplay the violence.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it is all part of the politics that way lawyer Dumbuya get for ready for take.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So Fambule we they watch, we discuss the APC convention and everything around it, and today they all on go free tongue with a new executive as well as as well as the presidential aspirant for the presidential candidate for the All People's Congress. We get a full mandate. Russell Charles, this will be your last warning on this platform. You come here every week to misbehave, and this is your last warning. We'll make sure, and I'm going to say it on record here, and I'm not hesitating. If you continue this attitude, we'll not just block you, but we will chase you and anybody where they finance you wherever you are. And I want you to take this to the bank with you, because you're doing this week in and week out. We're trying to be polite, where you seem like you've been very disrespectful. You continue with this, we'll not just block you, but we'll chase you and your financiers wherever they are. Let me tell you that. So let's go back to a program. The newly elected Secretary General Lansana Dumbuya Esquire, we see videos out there where say they beat them. So one for play them videos, then they let we see in your account, let people then say, and get ready, we'll open the phone line soon for let people then begin calling and give their opinion on the program or they discuss. Over to you, Mr. Our able technical director.
This type of bands, they begin to attack people. They say that the pullman have you in picture them. I go to the car. I mean, at the National Secretary General. When they say they're not here, they go from with a horse, go kill everybody. Wait, what do you talk about? Let us talk.
Let talk happen before the president. Then put checkpoints there, then break wheel. I tell the driver, say, no one break. When we break, then come. They say they want to search the vehicle. I say fine. They begin search the vehicle. Let's go for Sidon. Let's go for Sidon. They beat me on me back. They kick me on me side. They tell we say, na mother bio send them for beat me up. If you want to tell them say, if you don't want to do me anything, I can't go to mother bio. Make you go no send me the national secretary. They say they don't care. Mother bio don't get instruction for beat me up. So then beat me up, and I want the international community to know today. Yeah, be able to identify them.
This thing don't really battle. Look the tear gas, so they fire. Like Calbaton in front of the Honorable Mulona Julius, but make Kamara put their aspire for the petition. You know, in all really see Calbaton right now, all man on scatter. Everybody they go enter and scatter because the two they go on right now is very, very bad. You know, they scatter with people and job because the Anka will come to Samura Kamara right now Calbaton and the situation of worse right now like Calbaton. So now when they still prepare and when I tell Dr. Samura Kamara say they're very aware and know what they happen. Look around and they see the situation at the country and things just go worse. Don't have seen no more now, yeah? Things just go worse every day. This is the voice of Cash APC team even 007. Fast. Come on, fast. Wait. Paul Park. Canon door. Paul Park. Oh, Chaka.
Well, Fambulem, una watch then snippets of videos where we get. These now, videos that we not verify. Na social media, we see them, different platforms, but we've been decided for share with una. It just show what happened today. The APC party march from McKinney coming to Freetown with them presidential candidates, as well as the national executive, them after a successful national delegates conference. We saw what happened. We'll play flashback of the happy moods and all of those kind of things. But look at what we saw today. Mr. Macauley, your comments.
Well, from the ending of 2018, the beginning of 2019, the SLPP done the trial for portray APC as a violent party. And I would say with some qualification that they have failed to do that. And I don't think they will stop. In fact, now is the time for the APC to go into the drawing board and get strategic plans on how to deal with SLPP between now and elections. This is not just a question of always complaining about the international community or calling the international community. The APC devised a communication strategy to get Sierra Leoneans to understand that the phase we come into now is going to be a very volatile, not violence, a very volatile situation, whereby the SLPP party will try everything to portray and give the international community and Sierra Leonean in particular that the APC is a violent party. So we will not vote for them. That needs to be addressed. Not for just say, like for instance, when the SLPP complain that the chair president Bio imposter, APC say, hey, but the chair and Escoma imposter. The dynamic has changed. APC not for just dismiss issues, because the SLPP tactics to the last moment is to let people or convince people say the APC is a violent party. They cannot talk about the economy anymore. They cannot talk about bread and butter issue anymore. They cannot talk anymore about corruption. What they have now is to say the party is a violent party. And nobody no go want to say I go vote for a violent party. So that needs to be addressed. You see, remember when they go Paremba Road, what happened? Not one panel come out back and talk, see, we'll be reaching 4 o'clock in the morning, this and that and blah, 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 blah. But even at that, President Bio can't be talk about terrorism. Fortunately, the international community, what they try to forget for, they can understand, see, APC in a violent party, not by the argument. President Bio enforced visit to the UK as president of Sierra Leone. When we get our UK trade investment, when is Sidom for talk with certain journalists after the meeting? In first statement was that the APC, finish the sentence. Now the journalist, a British journalist, cut him off. He said, we're not here to discuss about the APC. See, the APC is an institution. We are here to talk about and ask you a question about governance. How are you going to govern Sierra Leone? Now, one thing where the APC under President Koroma ignored, and where the present leadership not for ignored, is that now SLPP born APC. And the parable go say, Okono the long pass the master. And SLPP will go all out for destroy APC. We are not talking here about the Democrats and the Republican Party, or the Labour and the Conservative Party, when the only difference between them, despite the Donald Trump of this world, is ideologies. We are talking about a political party that passionately believe whether the original SLPP is done quietly and the power SLPP where they in power now, passionately believe that the only way they can function is the demise of the APC party. And President Koroma underestimated that. That is why we are in the situation we are in now. You cannot blame him, because he is what he is. He is a gentleman. You cannot change somebody overnight to be as Mada Bio is. If Mada Bio get mind for going on television publicly and say President Koroma is not my friend, if anybody in the APC not afraid SLPP, then they don't know politics. they don't know Sierra Leone politics. If President Bio can go on television and say, President Koroma is not my friend, now hand over power or whatever, then we don't understand. The APC as a whole don't understand politics. We are not calling for iron for iron, but a strategy needs to be put in place to engage Sierra Leoneans that this is going to be the works of the SLPP till election, and perhaps even the day of election. We all remember what happened 1996 after the election with Pakaba win. Well, where can if a smart win, but then give Pakaba. We remember what happened that led to the shooting of Paul Kamara. You see, we forget history. That day after the election, Nana began shoot the Frito. Then they shoot Paul Kamara. Who was in charge?
Madam.
Thank you very much. So, this na man, we don't believe, say, if they in power, now make you overthrow Strasser. Then he don't say and publicly say, now he make SLPP kind of power. And he changed the green for where the other green. He also say he is going to be calm, but he's not expecting his supporters to be calm. These are not stories. These are things this man has said publicly. So, so far, Payasane try. He really, Payasane and Minkailu try until they hand over give Peter Kote. They really tried. Because you and I know that the APC was seriously provoked. They were seriously provoked to react.
So that's why I wanted to challenge you when you say they disappeared.
Who? The APC people?
APC, yeah, you say
no, the one that will disappear. The one that, let me qualify that. The one that will disappear, that the one that will emerge as flag bearers. Now come on, they disappeared. The whole lot of them.
When you say the APC leadership, so I wanted to contest that, but I said, okay,
okay, thank you very much. I don't qualify that. We had Payasane and Minkailu. I remember when they're old, that was it Tunis, they're old? Yes. I went on social media. You talk about emotions. I was so angry that day. We get a club called Sajoski Conclave. I can say without exaggeration that I'm the loudest person in that group. Not only for Sierra Leone, but for Dr. Samura as well. And that when the old Tunis, I was so angry that somebody sent a message to me saying you will get hypertension. Because it was so not be your advantage to take over Tunis. Tunis say we move to stage. I be put yourself. I be put on help me back.
Yeah, like level three. Yeah. Would they activate level 3?
Level 3.
Yeah.
What in there where this man? By the way, what this guy was quiet to? What in there where not talk now? Deputy Internal Affairs Minister. What's up? He quiet to?
Matiboy make it quiet. Matiboy empathy.
God don't church in at. No, pastor.
It's not pastor.
What in there where that young man they not talk na television between 2016 and 2018?
They might even call for military takeover using the constitution, where the journalists they come to rescue, they try for save and from committing trouble or treason or whatever it is. I remember the Pekin involved. What's her name? Josephine or whatever, Agnes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine now? Not President Bio. Can you imagine now? JJ Safa in convoy. They pass. So APC Mango pass near Yabo, say they block JJ Safa in convoy. Can you imagine what will happen? Let alone if you interfere with President Bio in convoy, then they shoot you out of the air, out of the distance. Then they kill you instant. Me will put me life down, say if anybody, either by accident or whatnot, interfere with President Bio in convoy, he or she is as dead as whatnot. But President Bio interfered with an Escoma convoy.
I was there. God reached it.
Yes. Yes.
And we would have been witness to that as well.
President Bio interfered with an Escoma convoy.
And not just interfere, but they had people with arms, with a pistol, where they were kind of, they jump around. President, people wanted to react. President Nkrumah said, no, I left them. He park. He wait for a late pass.
Yes. Because President Nkrumah is a gentleman. You know that nothing that not but Mother Bio is not a gentleman. He is not. He believes say if they in power. And that kind of person there, you do not underestimate him. You outsmart him like how we outsmart him this week. So
I should say APC not to full man and there.
Yeah. So Tende
I'll come to you, but I'll go to Tibo. So Tibo, you watch those videos. What's your take? Before I come to now, they can play the nice video them after this. Then at Riga, at least Ojukutu smaller. Yeah.
I think personally, it was expected. Maybe it was too late. The event actually happened because I watched the whole process earlier on in the afternoon, from the time where the convoy left to the time where the convoy they head towards Freetown, where they reach Jue, where they come out Jue, then they come towards Freetown now. But again, there are strategic things that we government they put in place where for it's not strategy for chaos, and it is a calculative strategy for create chaos. Because I will not say don't put a checkpoint in a President Lodge, but the entrance from President Lodge Junction by the roundabout is literally a 5-minute drive to the President Lodge itself before you even enter the President's Lodge. Knowing what the current president stands for.
Sorry, Tibo, who's that checkpoint in this?
Well, now they didn't put checkpoints.
For whose side? Botomango?
No, not Botomango. Just by the roundabout junction, Usai President Lodge, they go up the drive.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but President's Lodge side always get checkpoint. Nobody has problem with that.
So,
but you cannot put a checkpoint
at President's Lodge. Now, just by adjacent or opposite the tennis court, that's how they interfere with the main road.
Good, exactly, yeah.
When they interfere with the main road, that's totally different. So when you put a barrier interfering with the main road, you don't put on there for create chaos. We are not in a state of
on a day where for say there's a rally, then get police clearance. They have every right to do what they have to do.
And we are not in a state of emergency. So we don't anticipate checkpoints in the middle of the evening or afternoon where for say there is a huge amount of procession legal for possibly happen in Freetown. So where you set checkpoints in that particular area, and the particular area where they talk about, so now the easiest access to Freetown if you want for court traffic.
Right.
So we come off from Jue, say definitely you come by the new road, you come by Regents, and then you run down. That's the easiest access for come into Freetown if you want for court traffic. So if you put a barrier or checkpoints there, interfering with the main road, they anticipate chaos. And it's inevitable. Or make you put a checkpoint there and you see bunch of scores of APCians that they come inside Freetown. If you stop the convoy, you know they are definitely coming into Freetown with a convoy. Nothing to do with the presidential lodge in Yombari already, but they're just passing through. So when you create a kiosk there, you don't anticipate problems straight away. So any problem will arise from that particular point today was calculative. Because you know for sure, when you stop people, either they resist or they accept, and then you brutalize, even though they go accept. So we don't know exactly what's in the issue will happen at that particular checkpoint today for make them also happen. But the one way happen now, the eastern part of Freetown was not totally called for. Because you know, say people in the rally, if you want this past crowd set, well, you know, for say practically impossible, why you do go create then kind of kiosk then they? Because when it begins fire tear gas, now recipe for chaos, because everybody they go out and find their own safety. And by finding their own safety, scuffles go come around, push go come, one go come, you go create more problem. So basically, it is a calculative issue where them put in place for create the chaos, just like where Mr. Macauley they say they want to make APC look bad. It depends whether APC is a bad or violent political party or not. But at this particular point in time, you don't provoke a situation like that. You can only do that if you want to create that chaos that you want to create. And that's practically what they have done.
So just for add to that, you know, it is sad for Sierra Leone that we have a president who say he pride himself as father of democracy. We say inner peace and conflict experts. They doing PhD. We get a bunch of people in government where sometimes say they study peace and conflict studies. Then you get, this is not the fourth or fifth time the presidential guards then named on call on things. The presidential guards don't go anywhere without getting a last command from the president. So the box stopped with President Bio. You sent them to massacre people in Pademba Road, and you ended up wanting to blame. You say, "Na riot, they want to overthrow your government." You sent the presidential guards to McKinney and go kill people then, because we see the pictures, we know the people that we're going to McKinney. You send presidential guards them, now you get Angry Lion or whatever his name is, now State House, for begin arrest people them where they work on a street, beat them, you say then go for arrest, then go for with color, and then these guys they wear green. And now again, the presidential guards set up a checkpoint on a day where the opposition they come out and then get clearance, police clearance. So what you're trying to tell us that you can do whatever you want to do and risk the lives of Sierra Leonean, but you still want to let people and glad for you and go vote for you. But Sierra Leoneans are not stupid. And like how Winston said earlier, in 1996, the same thing happened. Where people they come and say there were elections, you say, Paupa, then forget peace first before elections. Yeah. You shot at people, this, that, but that did not stop the people.
Oh, yes.
So it is unfortunate, not bad precedent. This will not intimidate Sierra Leoneans. It will continue to embolden Sierra Leoneans to come after you and your government for make sure they then kick una comot on June 23, 2023, the 24th of June. That will happen. It's no magic, because you can't intimidate people anymore. Now, what you have done as a president, whoever advises you, I don't know, sometimes you need to listen to advice, like how Winston be say earlier, we see people and don't eat Nasat inside, then if say they know it all.
They know it all, yeah.
You know, been former, what you call a military man, you get military background and all of that. The international community, you don't expose yourself to them. They've seen everything. That you don't meet well in Sierra Leone. You don't want to grow the country. You just want to wreck it because either you're scared or you just want to be in power. Because you label the APC as terrorist organization. You link them with the August 8, 9, and 10 protests, peaceful protests. People came out to protest. your minister of foreign affairs, former chief minister, faked a presentation and go get Nigeria Diamond when an artist where they do a music video with gun. When I go put Google picture and I put and I bring and can say now the protesters then dande now they all gone. So now make go shoot at them and kill them.
They send people to Holland.
Yeah, you send people to Holland for go harass people and for go do this, for go do that. So people don't find on out, and there is no hiding place under the sun. None, absolutely. But la left and they call with technical director. So Winston, we don't see what you call and kind thing will happen for the what you call for just make let people a week say me I don't feel sick, I no go out. But let's look at that crowd that came out from McKinney to Freetown. I want us to look at those videos, short videos, and then the question why they ask you before we see the crowd again is that will anyone stop the APC? Will President Bio in tactics, in strategies, go able to stop the APC come June 24, 2023? Now watch the video while you think about your answer. See the and see. Then people, if you want to call, get ready. We're going to announce the phone line shortly.
Dr. Samura Kamara, the next president, June 24. June 24. June 24. June 24.
Member of Macauley as the same thing they come now. Lawyer Macauley leadership believe in the leadership of Samura Kamara. Samura Abeke Cherry Coco. Samura Abeke Cherry Coco. Jano Ramadan Majiba, the same thing, the same thing. Samura Kamara and Jano Ramadan Majiba. Samura Abeke Cherry Coco. Samura Abeke Cherry Coco. Samura Cherry Coco. The same thing. Samura Kamara, President. Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majiba, Vice President.
Winston.
You see,
we dey watch. When I don't see what we see just now. Winston,
this past 2018.
Sea of people.
this past 2018. You see, when you interfere with the hopes and aspirations of the poor man, and what I mean poor, I don't mean poor in the sense you don't get money, but of the Joe public, you are playing with fire. What we have here, and this is also a lesson for Dr. Samura Kamara. Sierra Leone has changed. The dynamics has changed. The narrative in Sierra Leone is changing. This not even the Sierra Leone way 2007 Solomon Bell have been the Gires and 10,000 leons. I mean 10,000 leons.
Yeah.
For
5,000 actually.
For go vote now. I bet you the Sierra Leone today, for every 10 man who work at the street, 5 might take the 10,000 or the 1 bag dress and the t-shirt and still no vote, but 5 go tell you for effort. That is how much Sierra Leone has changed. And this is also a warning to any incoming APC government that it is no longer the story of how for do, God did. Because if not be how for do, God did, there are people who will say, no, we'll be give APC 2 term, no, give themselves 2 term. That's not the year itself. Waiting the APC need for address, apart from the issue of the games that we the SFPP power party try to play. Amongst that crowd, you still have people who go say to you, APC and SFPP are the same.
Yeah. And because that's the argument they've been throwing out there for justify continuity a second term.
Fine. Juma, let me say, the small book we learn, we able look at that here. And some people and they within the APC hierarchy will not even elect for either guy warrior. You understand me? Then just assume, then just get this belief that, in fact, there are people now who don't even believe, automatically say, it's a done deal. APC don't win the election June 24, 2023. It is not a done deal. We've passed the 50% mark. We are moving. Freetown, the most of the north, and I would even say Kono. I don't know if you listen to a message from Tambaupel. I should say T-Boy listen to that message there. T-Boy listen to that message there.
Not because me not Kono, no, I didn't actually.
Okay. Tambaupel sent a very good message this past 48 hours.
Who's Tambaupel for the benefit of the viewers that we know?
Now, the brother of Sansumana. And he was a former, I think, deputy minister or minister of social welfare under President Obama.
A long-time serving
APC veteran. Now we all conduct the elections not too long ago.
I just call him full name. In full name, that Tamba will pay Sansumana.
Okay, fine, good. Thank you very much. And it gave a short background of the history of Kono, where I think that same history go apply to Freetown for the 1996 election with Pakaba, where Kaifa Smart win, but we might have be a twist. You know, we didn't get this song, Mama, Papa. You remember Kaifa Noto Mandela go work for Kaba. Now in the commit. When Kaifa Smart will come out for protest saying he win the election with the late Sembu Foda and others. You understand? So SLPP, from time in memory, then get a kind of, I wouldn't say a block vote, but then get a vote that is Southeast that for some time was almost guaranteed.
Like the Kenemas and the Kailauns.
Voila. But may I believe now, say, even Kenema go vote the way they vote 2018. I'm not too sure of Bo. Because Bo is a very, how will I put up? Bo na trick na people like if you say Kenema more SLPP than Bo, no. During the elections, 2018, excuse me, when Abidina the Samura camp, as they manage the Samura Babes team, Tibo, I'll make you talk that to you.
Therefore, can interview special on that, special invite on that.
Now, a chairman of the Samura Babes, you know. So, when we reach, first of all, when we reach Pujeo, who started Dr. Samura wife come out, the Dr. Samura wife in birthday, them blue Okfu drum them, them big one them.
Barrel them.
Then barrel them. We caught 6 full of jollof rice. Then we caught, no, yes, then we caught 4 the stew, the soft drink, the beer, the sweet, the biscuit. No, don't for talk. Then, of course, Cherikoko Wef come with the cow with the yod. I think they kenema. No, remember also they dey. They kenema. They kenema. Nai Mami Mina when a chief nana Pujeo. Phone them. Say, boy, who's down at the car? Then the Cherikoko Wef. Cherikoko no come. The Cherikoko Wef. Cow with the convoy. I tell you. Then people begin enjoying a Pujeo. Now the first I get the experience. Then I turned to late Anesco, my sister in son-in-law, Mustafa. Mustafa name also we're married to I forget his name now. We're married to Anesco, my late sister in daughter. Wonderful guy. Now I talk to her. He got hotel next to me now in place now Pujewudi. Now I see what's in the talk. Now I say, no, I'm not going to tell you, but just tell Lacey. Exactly what I tell you. He said, just tell Lacey, all these jollof rice and sweet and this would do so. Here, we election for vote for APC. Now, one person I reply, Pamene, he said, they not sell call for can't get a jollof rice for make party for Mami Samura and birthday party. He said, they go eat. They go take the drink go, but they not care for talk about APC or SLPP for vote. And of course, we all know it's happy when they vote outrightly for the SLPP. The same applied in Bo. When we reached Kenema, it was tricky, but we not stay long at Kenema because there was some tension with that thing. There was a shooting somewhere or something like that. I don't remember. I think we not be there with there was some shooting this and that. That we pull out. So what did that tell me is that this coming election is for APC to lose.
Yep.
People have determined and they don't recognize, say, not only SLPP this will know. So APC now for Sidom, that outreach, nine, forget now. Now, Dr. Samura Salondo embrace her. So it is now left with the APC for embrace Sierra Leone. You see, when I embrace you, you should go for embrace me. And when I embrace you, I smell fine. I know I even left you safe. But if when me embrace you, when you embrace me, you not smell how I smell you. And then, you know, you say, well, how is possible? smell bad.
Who can don't buy for men, but we know they understand them.
It's like what I said during the election, the Coventry. You understand? When you are together, when we are there together, any small group, people sooner, una happy, una glad. We say, them people are. I like them company, I can find out about what's in the part. Then, when that person they go and that group they, you see, they all they laugh. Not of us they get gentry, but they all they laugh, then they play, then get one word, then they talk, then they understanding, where they each come. If all man are eating at the same plate, but at least all man gets something for it. They say what? You say what go find them people in that place? The way I see them. And then we go join them because things look fine here now. You begin to draw them. When you draw them, the other one draw the other one. Before you know, you have got the people around you. But if when the people come, when they come in this small crowd, you see them begin talk, then they laugh. Then somebody begin, we no more. That person the end say, they are in already it. I know they vote. Because the one they would do now, they're not serious. They are self up so they have their self no look steady. So I know they vote. So you know what they happen? The fewer go votes, the one they would do that they get out. So the APC need to be together. They need to be together. When you are together, you are beautiful. When you are beautiful, you attract more people. That is very important. So but not just for talk. The need for the messenger for be sharp. When they announced Dr. Samura in Victory the other day, I post a music by Pink Floyd. I don't know if it's a bear. Make a find the title for you. It said Bill Clinton played during the first election. I don't know if you remember. Pink Floyd. He said, yesterday is gone. You know? Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Yesterday is gone. Think about tomorrow. Tomorrow. You see, what we what can I get it for? You might get it correct. If APC for begin member waiting the captain tomorrow will come. How for get people in? Not to just for begin bash SLPP and Marabio. If you ask me, the APC no need for talk anything about Marabio again.
Because people want to know what you're going to do and what you're going to do differently and what you're going to do better.
So far, Dr. Samura has done well in not talking about the SLPP. Why is the SLPP and some people are within the APC the type of Dr. Samura? But now that he's a flag bearer, first thing first, embrace the entire APC membership. And as Koma said something, he said when he win 2007, the one that can go court, he bring them on board. Boris Johnson, Richie Sunak, the only person who not do that is Donald Trump. Bill Clinton did that. Obama did that. Otherwise, Clinton would not have served under Obama. You have to embrace your people. Not all of them. There are strategic people you need to embrace. But for now, I'm not talking about where you don't win. For now, embrace them. Bring them on board. This is where the issue of the vice president, the running mate, comes into play. You understand?
Because the big elephants in the room with the candidates. No.
Okay.
You don't introduce them. So the big elephant that because we don't get beaucoup messages where they say, "Lord, talk about them," but I ignore that. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Okay. So to conclude, Dr. Samura need two things now. One, he need to put a bread and butter plan. And this bread and butter plan should include housing, health and social services, pension, and education. And the law and order issue, I would say, I'm going to be bold here and say, completely remove every judge and high and justice where we get now. Dr. Abdullah Conte went to serve Belize.
Belize, yeah. Well, Gambia, then Belize.
As Chief Justice, right? Juma Tamba, let we not mess about. The justice system has failed Sierra Leone. The report about after the war, what did they call her?
TRC.
The TRC get one whole chapter about justice system in Sierra Leone. Pakaba make attempt to bring Kitbidu. The police has gone down again. Police has gone down again. After Pamunu, police has gone down again. Now, we need a new Chief Justice who is not a Sierra Leonean.
Really?
Yes. We need, is it 6 or 7 justices of the Supreme Court? How many plus the Chief Justice? About how many team? I'm not get off my head.
I don't know the number we then get there.
But we need about, it's an odd number, I think.
Yeah.
The entire Supreme Court of Sierra Leone should be cleaned out. Magistrates, we can see if we still get any sincere and content senior lawyers them, we're going to be prepared for serve as magistrates. I doubt that. Clear the magistrate, the bench, and the bar.
So say they put all the one and we don't clear it.
The Commonwealth and other international community go provide. They will get. Listen.
No, we don't pull. They say they carry and go. What they go do?
They fed for themselves. They have messed up the country. I'm sorry, you see, the other day when we talk now AYV, sentiment should be put in a big basket, put boil water panam to go and do. The entire justice system should be cleaned. The entire Supreme Court should be cleaned. We should have a foreigner who is a Chief Justice for at least 5 years. We should have a Supreme Court the same. All the judges should be removed, retire them. The same applies to the magistrates. Remove them. There are people, Uma Ufofana went to Pademba Road prison. I don't know if you see her. I think it was 2022. Before the shooting incident. There are people, including the Chief Justice. This is what they show now. He go apply. He see people in our prisons and apply when not get no business for in a prison. Come on. Let's treat our country, men and women, as human beings. Begin to do that. Pademba Road should be moved. That is a big estate being wasted in the center of Freetown. Nasit, completely revamped. Juma.
I'm listening. No, but it's good to share these things so people know what needs to happen, because it's not, like you said, yesterday is gone now you've got the people, you've got the party's mandates, and you say, which I agree with you, and I've been saying this since 2018, based on what me know, and what maybe the men and other people don't predict, that 2023 elections is for APC to lose. But what people don't have is the patience to foresee, una can't wait with us, we can't meet them, don't lucky the country.
No. First
people
thing first,
don't have patience for that.
First of all,
yeah.
This man who been contesting is a friend of mine. In fact, I'll be one of my sponsors when we contest for the mayorship. Mohammed Sisi will be the State House, one of the flag bearers. When me and him in the talk before the election, he always talk about corruption. He go arrest people, they produce money, don't thief this and that. First thing first, me believe personally, see, these are not policies of Dr. Samura. These are my own opinion.
Yeah.
Me believe, say, the issue of corruption, i.e. SLPP in power, should be put in a basket and locked first. That corruption where Mother Bioka fets, now distracted from governance. People, you see, people then got confused that, oh yes, APC don't thief. Now for put on a commission of inquiry, may they put all the money. What has been the result of that? The commission of inquiry distracted Mother Bio. It developed bad blood, developed malice, and before you know it, Mother Bio lost track. And now I'm not saying that somewhere along the line, certain issues should not be investigated or looked into, like for instance, this issue of the airport, like for instance, this issue of Port Authority, those kind of things, no. But the immediacy of governance, we want a very thin manifesto. But what's up with this? So yeah, in America and whatnot. The manifesto already put a very thin manifesto.
Bullet point.
Bullet point. We want a very thin manifesto addressing the bread and butter issue in the sense that housing, health and social welfare, pension, education, adult education, not just education, adult education. Adult education in terms of technical, vocational training, whereby you will create more technical people, electricians, plumbers. Get rid of cowboy plumber. Make that man become self-employed.
I'm the head of Cowboy Plumbers Association.
You understand? Those are the issues that need to be addressed. Then, agriculture. We fish where they produce in Sierra Leone. Where Gambia they send kind of Europe for sale. You get Gambia stamp. The foreign currency they go to Gambia. No, so? The palm oil they produce in Sierra Leone. The cost to Guinea and the Gambia and some to Ghana. You get the Ghana stamp. It needs to be addressed. You see, these are strategic issues that the government, they come in and begin. When you begin address housing, next time when bed is flood, nobody know dying be because nobody know who did it.
Yeah. Well, I want to let you all on, the key things and looking forward. Because, like you say, that's very important, and we have to look at it critically. Now, the first time, this at least where people don't begin challenge the Samura Kamara presidency. And then no say they get for sit up and get up. But we'll talk about that one day more. on subsequent programs. The phone line for call now +1 614 551 8694. Call that number and make your contribution. +1 614 551 8694. T-Boy, you saw the video, the sea of people and everything. Do you think there is any stopping APC for June 24, 2023?
Like we all don't say earlier on, APC get for lost the election. By what margin, we don't know. But make you always say, rally can be deceiving. And
say you did drop, please, now for talk to the mic.
I talk to the mic, and the mic nearly respond to you. Anyway, rally can be deceiving. And what to make I say so now, because we were present in 2018 election and elections before 2018, we know exactly what's in at the figures when it comes to rally. Again, Mr. Macauley mentioned the Southeast axis of campaign during 2018, and I was present in Blama and some parts of Kenema going towards the Liberia border, and we saw exactly the amount of people that came out, especially in Blama. Blama, they were saying no doctor something when I've been the aspirant for SLPP, we didn't take the symbol Nayan, automatically became an APC candidate. So basically, he had a very huge support within that town. His support was not something maybe based on the fact, say, it was SLPP, but I think it was a traditional doctor. We don't do immense work within Blama town and in sub-region of Blama for years. So basically, everybody wanted him to be the member of parliament. But to be surprised, he did not win the election. Even though he was the 110% possible candidate for winning the election. And not just saying that, rally shows it all. There is a distance from the Blama main high road to the township itself. And when we come around that area day for the campaign period, it was packed full of people, right up to the township. Sorry, guys. So basically, you need to look at some, like for say, you might go ahead first, Latik.
All right, left T-Boy. If you want for call on +1 614 551 8694 and make your contribution. Winston, so let's go back to the big elephant at the room. Because you introduced the topic, so I have to ask you about it. The number two thing don't become something of interest, let me put it that way. So APC members, media people, spectators, and even the opposition, people are watching and wanting to see. Now we have Dr. Samura Kamara, but we don't have a number two yet. Yeah, what's your comment on that?
After me interview now AYV earlier this week, and then I was also called by a Ghanaian journalist who did do a story on Sierra Leone. Then I reflected on the situation. Three things came to mind, or rather, there are three schools of thought, and I developed a piece now, so I don't begin writing now. One is that because this is a selection, not an election is. Right. The selection of Dr. Samura's running mate is going to be the first test for Dr. Samura in taking or making decisive decisions or taking decisive actions. That's the first one. The second school of thought is that Dr. Samura's team should have been planning and thinking about this, because it was almost certain that he was going to be the flag bearer. And the third and most crucial one is that the information from informed sources that Dr. Samura, apart from submitting 3 names to NAC, they are also going to wait until the President Kuroma returned from Nigeria, will give the impression to people that Dr. Samura Kamara is not going to be in charge if and when he becomes president. So, what needs to be done?
So is that the case, that they have to wait until the former president returns, or
if you hear our qualifier, informed sources that are close to the power that be are claiming that the running mate would not be announced until the return of President Kuroma. Whether that is true or not, we don't know. But there are people who are close to the powers that be that are saying this is going to be the case. In reality, there is nothing wrong with that. But like I said earlier on, Sierra Leone has changed. The dynamics within the Joe public, we have to now remember that we have a very young voting public, and predominantly even class 7 picking now, if even not that sabi for passing a exam for go from 1, is kind of politically aware. You understand? So we have a situation where Dr. Samura and his team need to be a little bit more smarter than what is going on now after today, or rather after tomorrow, when they would have settled down in Freetown. Consultation obviously has been going on, and the people of Sierra Leone need to know somehow that we will soon announce. But people are anxious because there has been rumor about other names coming up, as I said on AYV, when in fact, if things were done rightly, I don't want Juma for can joke na me this net, but
stand by. But moderate and no, it's fine. I like let we have this conversation. We have to. But carry on.
But if things were seen to have been done properly, probably the issue of whether Dr. Samuel to look for a running mate would not have coped up. But obviously, certain things are not happening, or certain things happened that gave cause to the situation we find ourselves now. Because ideally, it would have been great after the announcement that Dr. Samura has been elected as the flag bearer. Dr. Samura say, okay, XYZ is going to be my running mate. But for reasons best known to Dr. Samura, because at the end of the day, regardless of the fact that the Constitution say he should submit 3 names, the person here we are talking about is Dr. Samura.
But even at that instant, NAC already don't constitute. They voted for NAC first, so NAC already been done there. So you can immediately call that meeting and discuss, because this is not something, if people they don't make up their mind, they don't make up their mind. Like you say, if in campaign team been all ready for governance, because you saw the wind, you should have been ready. So this now a big slip up from in campaign team. And this is one major problem where I think say people get into position by default and by accident, that when they're canning out and begin catch up, able to get for to become reactive, create unnecessary tensions for themselves. Because you already know, you don't work with people, names they don't float.
Yeah.
You know, you've been in governance for over 40 years. You've been both locally and internationally. But like you said, if you bring calm, you know, a group of people who are not to sentiments than they work with, you know, consultant professionals where they help people think, where they bounce ideas with. I'm not saying that does not exist, but based on what they see now.
No, I don't think it does. What does exist?
Be disrespectful for what
what does exist? What does exist is a team of highly intelligent, educated, and close-knit people who are close to Dr. Samura.
Right.
Right. Now, what you and I cannot say is whether or not they have been consulting or not. Right. But it is obvious that there has been some consultation. But for some reason, they cannot come up with a name right about the time after Dr. Samura was elected as flag bearer. Now, they have the reasons why that did not happen. We are not privy to that information. But what is certain is that up till, despite the fact that names were flying around, up till the time when the election was ongoing, I would easily say that a majority of Sierra Leoneans who are not APC, but just Sierra Leoneans who are yearning for a change, were expecting a particular name.
Okay.
That was very obvious. Because don't forget that on the day Dr. Samura announced that he's going for the flag bearership of the party, a particular person was sitting next to Dr. Samura. A particular person spoke in metaphor about, well, I'm not a great football fan, but what is it? Ronaldo or something like that, was it?
Messi and Iniesta.
Fine. So, and nothing was said to counter that presentation, if you get what I'm saying. So, and people responded. And when I say particular person talk, yes, the mayor of Freetown also spoke. But call things by their real name. Cherry Coco spoke as if he was the running mate to Dr. Samura. As if the people as if people don't want to be honest.
But why do you think he did that?
Well, because number one, he was the running mate to Dr. Samura 2018. And I want to believe that he assumed or perhaps believed that he is going to be the running mate to Dr. Samura for 2023. Otherwise, he would not have been sitting next to Dr. Samura on the day they launched, Dr. Samura launching. You see, this is the problem we have with our politics. Some people like Isela will not compare Africa with this part of the world. Solo left that. When you look at the Nigerian and the Kenyan election, you understand me? And even the Ghanaian past Ghanaian election, about the same time, I stand to be corrected, but I believe, because I follow those things, about the same time when the flag bearer or the president they announced in tickets, the one image is so people know that these are the people we are campaigning for, these are the people that are going to govern us.
So immediately when they announce.
Yes. So I think this is not a way for drag on. Because you go even hold the campaign back. And the other day, there were issues about what's his name, Jagaban. Is it Jagaban? Is called? No disrespect. I don't. The guy from America, who too I understand is vying for the running mate ticket now.
So this is the question. This is a position. It's a selected position. We didn't know people vie for running mate position.
No, Juma, except if you don't want to be honest with yourself. But when
politics, names will be floated, right? But we've never seen in our political life, well, as far as me remember though, where people are going to print banner say, "Na me, I dey vie for vice president."
Oh no, yes, you are right with that. We are right.
That's
with
what
that.
I'm saying. We've never seen that. Where person they go and begin talk say, "Oh, if you peer me and Dr. Samura Kamara, Salon problem they solve. The Muslim them problem they solve." But I boy quick before I come in, because it's good that we are discussing this. Tiboy, you come from London.
Yes, what you are hearing me on
this big elephant in the room, the running mate issue. It's a big issue.
Personally, coming from the position we are always on there, I think we create chaos, and creating chaos is to create.
When you say we, who is the we?
Okay, the doctors.
And me, you, and Winston, they create chaos. Yeah.
Me, you, and Winston. Me and Winston need to run for nothing in our politics, except Winston, where we don't run for me, or where you afraid for one for. Anyway.
I'm not afraid. You get for know you timing. You know.
Timing wasn't right.
Lodge. Me, I wouldn't have the back half na the lodge.
Your timing be right, but not to be the right candidate. But guess what?
Yeah.
Self don't put in thumbprints for the mayorship title.
Yeah.
That is exactly.
So what's your take on the running mate thing, this big elephant?
I think the Dr. Samura camp is creating chaos because, like Mr. Macauley say, not to something for they even think about right now. And let's just make two instances for justify the reason we make us say so. We they talk about geopolitics in Sierra Leone. We talk about politics being played in Africa or in Sierra Leone, to be specific. Now, when you look at the geographical difference, then we will get in a salon. Politics play a major role in those geographical differences. When you look at the tribal lines in Sierra Leone, politics play a huge amount of role in terms of tribal lines in Sierra Leone. When you look at finance as well in Sierra Leone, politics play not as much as you might think finance will play a key role in politics in Sierra Leone. Usually make I say so, now because during the late Solobi in time, finance was available. And finance was used immensely for create that tension for say we have money, we will spend it and buy votes. That didn't happen. This current situation in this particular election will happen, especially within the APC convention and everything else. We saw people who we think have money and they can spend their money to win election, and they did not win. We see people that we not campaign, we not move self from their desk in their houses, won election, not with their money, not with nothing, but they just won election because they believe politics can be played differently. And at the kind salon politics standing. But also we don't find ourselves right now in the flag bearership race. We're not supposed to be a race.
Running mate.
Nah, well, the running mate, sorry. Now chaos. The Dr. Samura Kamara camp don't create this chaos when you know make the announcements. We possibly. Well,
I would not say categorically that it is the Dr. Samura camp. I would say I would say that people within the structures of both Dr. Samura's camp and the incoming APC executive, because I will tell, let me land, I will tell you, say, after my interview with AYV, I had calls from people within the APC hierarchy trying to tell me that Dr. Samura Kamara is supposed to submit 3 names.
To who?
So, to NAC. So, the Constitution, no, so Juma?
Yeah, that's what the Constitution says, yeah.
So what we have, you see, the reason why the NTA they happen now is because under Anes Kuruma, and because of the situation that took place when President Kuruma was, they will get Samura Kamara and Cherry Coco, people felt that the leader and the president had too much powers. So now they are trying to address that powers. And I would say personally that that rule that you should submit 3 names, I think it's a bad thing.
Okay.
Because what you let me go on.
Back up your arguments on that. To me, it's simple. What you make our back up your argument of that, say now a wrong decision. Now, one, we got for beginning look at consistency. Yeah, then I one. The key issue make I mention this now because not to say the Samura and Cherry Coco team in 2018 election did immensely great. They won the election according to voting other observers were saying. But on paper, they lose the election by 1% or so. Okay, now let's put that into consideration hugely. Now that we already know the strength of these 2 people, they don't do this kind outcome of election results where nobody know been sabi Dr. Samura Kamara then. But everybody knew who was Cherry Coco. So basically, the concept behind everything that happened with that 2018 election, and the fact say Samura Kamara is going to be made known by the influence of the people that will be there around them, including in running mates who have been Cherry Coco, because they believe Cherry Coco was big and powerful then within Sierra Leone, not just within Freetown. But what in the SLPP party do, they brought in equal challenge with the Samura Kamara Cherry Coco team, Madabio and Jules De Jallo. But let we not fail to understand one thing, whether we agree or disagree. In Sierra Leone currently as we speak, we have 3 major tribes that are possibly the dominant tribes in Sierra Leone. The Mendes, the Timinis, and the Fulers. Whether you agree or not, that's fact. Current President Madabio did not just select Jules De Jallo as in running mates by accident. No, it's a deliberate act. So basically, he remains to keep the same ticket because he believes, say, if he changed the ticket of Vice President Jules De Jallo right now, it will create a serious chaos within the Fuller communities in Sierra Leone, and that might cost him even more dent in the presidential election come June 24. So he made a calculative decision because all my midfield say, KKY don't go SLPP, and they go be running mates for President Madabio. He made a U-turn.
KKY that kindergarten politician.
So I just want to make example. But now take back that reverse psychology there into the Dr. Samura Kamara and another candidate where possibly we don't know. To be very honest to you, we had the same discussion last week and Femi gave his opinion and I backed Femi's opinion greatly in so many different areas in terms of running mates and why. But when you look at the dispensation of how politics they go right now in a salon, you have to be technically skilled for maintain what structures APC has struggled with within the past 4 years in opposition. We don't keep them together this long. We don't allow certain heads in a different department, then we get authority, don't maintain structure under vigorous scrutiny, discrimination, harassment, and even undergo some amount of violence. We maintain the same structure as it is right now, because going forward, if there is going to be any change in structure, the executive is not the ones that are going to contest for election. So when people are saying, oh, the executive are making a decision for Uda for Kambi running mates and XYZZZ, the executive can be as powerful as anything, but they don't win elections. They can strategize, they can put things in place, but they are not on the candidacy picture. They don't go and say, now they make una can vote for this person. No. Now this person una for votes for because he gets XYZ. They should be the ones selling whatever candidate is being put in front of them. They should not be making that decision. If they make that decision now and select a different candidacy for running mates from the Sheikoko and Dr. Samura Kamara camp, it's good. That's their choice. But what sort of risk are you taking at the 11th hour where we not get, or where they not get no time for repeat that risk? Because the risk now is about the risk that is about to be taken in justifying certain things that we don't have physical evidence to justify is a calculative risk. And election is not over yet. We haven't started voting yet. When we go into election campaign process, you cannot reverse that psychology of error where you go don't possibly make. As it is right now, there are so much tension within the minds of neutralists. We no one for support APC, no one for support SFPP, but may go for a better candidacy. And when you look at best of two evil, and you still choose and feel say APC is the better of two evil, you still will think twice whether the structures in place is suitable for going into the next kind of era of politics in Sierra Leone. Take into consideration, we don't highlight, say, Dr. Samura Kamara is a technocrat. He's a technocrat, and he has worked within the political atmosphere for Sierra Leone in about 40 years. He don't work with all the various different political parties, then with even the juntas them at some point. But coming into election, he is now a politician, possibly not yet seasoned, but he don't understand the dynamics of politics now small.
We see the teachers forceful.
No, he don't understand.
The challenger.
In Sierra Leone. And for the fact that he don't understand the dynamics of politics now.
Are they England?
Now that's not the reason. Now that's not the reason where they Insai we do so now. Because now politics is being
Come on, let me say something to you here.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, some of the discussions we've been having here for the past couple of hours, even though these are discussions that need to be taken, to have.
Yeah.
And we got politicians them and normal Sierra Leoneans that we get interest in politics overseas and in Sierra Leone and some other parts of the world. Go sit down at them sitting room or at the radio, or they listen to the radio or watch television. You enjoy when similar discussions are being, taking place over, like for instance on CNN about say Nigeria, a little left Western world, say about Ghana or South Africa. You say, wow, man, they're having a good discussions like this, man.
Heated, but
they would be, yes, they would. Then when you begin to talk about Sierra Leone, they get offended. They say, we don't know Ojukutu.
Usai come out. Usai then come out. Which made the talk show? Like I said, when we begin this conversation, we don't rationalize conversation. We listen for peak. Say, hey, boy, you go talk now, so. Oh, boy, you know the put them in a context. So. You understand? So, having been through that so many times, I get one thing where I can say, I'm responsible for what I say. I'm not responsible for how you understand that. You understand? Now, coming to the issue of whether Dr. Samura should have announced in running mate, be it Cherikuku or whoever they may not decide, was very crucial. And in fact, I believe if we did at 60-70% of winning the election, if the announcement was made, regardless of who that person is, we were looking about 80% to 85%. Yeah. Because people would have made up their mind, say, yes, we have a ticket. You understand? This is why in the American politics, when they then get that similar issue with the vice presidential running mate, which you did, and likewise with Nigeria as well, also with South Africa and Ghana, because South Africa is more crucial, because so far the vice president of the South Africa ANC blah 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 takes over immediately to be president. Right. You understand? So this journalist who asked me about Salone and whatnot asks, he said, from everything that has been going on since Dr. Samura got elected these few days ago, among the names that would mention, who is the person you see from day one that is ready to go by what the American call become president by accident? I.e. Johnson, Kennedy. I would just use that one as an example. And then the guy who took over from Nixon, will forgive Nixon. What's his name now? After Nixon resigned, after the Watergate, we've got the most two recent incidents. And then first come to Africa, when that part died, lived there, where that Ghana president died, and the vice president took over. Yes, Atamil died. Yes, took over. And then in Nigeria, was it Yaradura? Right. So and Goodluck took over. Goodluck. The Americans call that president by accident. Now, this is a journalistic, intellectual conversation. This is not politics. Yeah, we are not discussing here backing somebody per se. We are discussing here about Sierra Leone. So no old bars or sentiment. Yeah, as I can usually say to somebody when I have this conversation, if I say something you don't like, where I die, no come bury. You understand? So
they're going back in to drink your coffee back when they wake in.
So let's call things right now. Now, like I said earlier on, if the Samura team was not too sure about Cherikuku being the running mate after Dr. Samura had been elected as the flag bearer, they should not have allowed either Yvonne Akisoya or Cherikuku for take the stage, the position they took when Dr. Samura declared as flag bearer. It shouldn't have happened. Number two, after that don't happen, when Dr. Samura has been elected as the flag bearer, there should have been something in place for say on XYZ
subject because of the new constitution of the APC. Dr. Samura Kamara is obligated to submit 3 names.
Yeah.
And Dr. Samura Kamara and his team are now going into consultation. And at so and so time, those 3 names will be submitted. So nobody, not to begin speculate, say that because they go give Dr. Samura Motoka, make now this Kashaban na in a front runner. Or because President Kuruma and this and that, they support XYZ, now make himself one be, now make himself one do running make to Dr. Samura. Or because of the issue between Diana and so all of those things, people would have patiently wait for say we'll wait may they announce, because the new APC constitution say the flag bearer should submit 3 names. Because that was not, because that was not publicly announced.
Yeah, Winston Olande, I think we have a caller here.
Go ahead, please.
Then we'll continue. Yes. But I like the hello caller. Tell me your name, yes, where you call from. Not bad.
Okay, fine, thank you. So, new constitution like this.
What's the person name?
You say waiting at your name and where you call from, sir?
Okay, me they call from Columbus, my brother. Okay. Nina Ibrahim.
Okay, go ahead, Ibrahim.
Yes. So, I listen to una guest, what's my name again?
Let for listen to yourself and just continue for talk.
Yeah, just talk. Yeah.
Between where we just they speak here, need a defer that. And they try to say, we know before the SPC not be need Cherry Coco and Mayor Akisoya for the very close to Samura. But need a defer. Why are they defer? The reason here is who are the 2 most powerful people the way APC gets now. Before this time, where we get this convention, where for stand there for we, apart from Samura. Samura is no more in governance. Samura no get no elected position other than a former flag bearer as the political presidential aspirant. So by then, the only people that we get where all this party, APC, now Cherry Coco and Mayor Akisoya. So the presence we needed to be felt. We need to feel their presence. And I mean, to me, I differ with waiting we get speaker. I don't even remember her name again.
Mr. Ojukutu Macauley.
Ojukutu Macauley, they say. These are the 2 most powerful people then, where the APC gets. When the APC became in opposition and up to now, until after they relieve the mayor in your position, and then of course Chernobyl in your position said don't go because Parliament don't lock, I think.
Parliament closes in April, right?
You cannot rule them out, say they'll not be forbid too close to that man. It's not like by default, or them be needed, because their position the way they hold during the time of opposition. Now we can say the APC is no more in opposition because they don't pull everything where we get now behind by constitution. Mayorship will not depend again because they don't terminate and say the time no. This based on the constitution. I think it was a local council act. Of course, Parliament said they are not locked. So these 2 people they'll be the most powerful people there.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Ibrahim.
In terms of
I would say
Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I would not say they were the 2 most powerful people. Maybe I will use Cherry Coco because as leader of the opposition, yes, Cherry Coco is a very powerful person within the APC party. With regards to even Akisoya, as you rightly said, the office has been closed now by virtue of constitutionality. But in the context we are discussing, I think it was, you see, like I said earlier on, the Sierra Leone where we know 10, 15 years ago is no longer that Sierra Leone we are dealing with today. If you put 10 Sierra Leoneans together, I did a survey today, even where they are on food insecurity. So I know what I'm talking about. If you put 10 Sierra Leoneans today and ask them in the context of the way, for instance, left Ivona Kisoya, the way Cherry Coco talk on that particular day, the metaphor he used about the football, like I said, me not to football fans, so me not to, but we talk about Messi or whatnot, who that they support, who that. It was clearly that he was implying that he is going to be the running mate. Pass, if we don't want to be honest with ourselves. That's what I'm saying. Before this caller came in, I mentioned it, that people will not listen and understand where we are coming from. You understand? I said it, you know. So the issue here is not about their position within the APC. We are not discussing that. What we are discussing here is what the factors, or in the concept of who is going to be the running mate of Dr. Samura Kamara, you know, and for that reason, they could have spoken, but not in the kind way where they go, because Ivona Kisoya was seen at one time even as a flag bearer. I mean, except if we want to.
Hold on there first. We get another caller as well.
Yes.
Yes, caller, go ahead.
I'm a great one. I hope everybody there get me.
Yeah, but I will speak up a little bit more and make it quick as well, because the caller not begin coming.
Okay, now let me know say the line don't open. I make them listen.
Yeah, we don't open a long since we don't pin the number as well.
Oh no, that was a guy just turned me off. I make an adjustment, just lie low.
All right, go ahead, Tony.
I just want to say something from the Intel. Samura already making cabinets, making us shokuna. Samura don't do everything we get for do. But you know which is the problem. Just because of that injunction, and Samura made the rally forget in support base. Now you make that talk we that gentleman they talk about Ronaldo or Messi, about what's in the guy, the fellow name against him, the former opposition leader. Internet stage, we just rally on the base on support, or raise the bar for letting get support for Samura. But I think say Salon, we don't pass that level, they follow the base, the country upon who that you know, who that you don't know.
Thank you.
Sierra Leone in it. Then we put Sierra Leone in a position when you put people the way they deliver, people were internationally inclined, people that were able to contribute to the livelihood of Sierra Leone. Most of these people are not competent.
No.
People go say I don't need a party for 100 years, means saying that they will come change the country. Hell no. Where were them? Most of them were ministers before. They failed. In Ghana, they tell we say on a check with track record. Which track record do we do? When the people instill the staff, even during the time of the former president, all these so-called flag bearers, they don't come when they interview them, and they can't tell you about them. Waiting, when I check the track record, and still the country they suffer. We never buy one bag extra salo 1,000 million. Who not in office? We never in a Sierra Leone where economy is strong. We never in a Sierra Leone with the tech push say okay, the Leone to the dollar like we Ghana they right now 1-to-1. Sierra Leone never go 1-to-1 after 1960. After finance. So then let people say I don't need a this party or I don't need a we don't get politicians. We mean a little get. People the way they come out now, where they come, where they show themselves like the mayor. To be honest with you, as much as I'm not interested in Sierra Leone politics, I'm not support APC, I'm not support no political party. Me na Salon me the support. Na Salon na wale go before. Me just have not allowed me for that do it and they do so. But cannot sit back and see people in a Sierra Leone time they born and grow up. They suffer and not say a word. Sierra Leone we give for land for understand one thing say, not because me and Juma are not common at the same home or get the same papa or mama, So Juma no go if Juma able to deliver me, I no go allow the lady doing job. Hell no, you know for work though. You understand? I just get some intel now say they even attacked the mayor in car and steal a laptop.
Yes.
All things actually they set the country back. And now all the embassies in Sierra Leone, they don't write letter to the internal minister. Well, I give a briefing of what happened right now in Freetown.
Yes.
But enough of we don't do so. So this, you know not only APC the fact bill, you know international committee for the fact this stuff. But what you mean try to say na do my platform is that
do my platform. Share
exactly.
I saw the same way.
People of Congo, no can beat me. But on all serious note, right? When we look before the convention, let's not say blind, we no get sense. But she say Samura no go with the flag there. You remember that the way Samura go na how they call themselves? We they go all these people and go so they can support behind them. Look at the crowd. Look how many people, how many thousands of groups from different districts. We can see that Samura the one. So automatically, I'm not even wasting my time for listening to the convention because I don't say not just rubbish, not just a formality. So what me try to say is that Samura not late. The only thing we make the thing the late is that it's back and forth with the media. Hey, get for going to court. Hell no. Like shock on the last one. Alone, I don't break record in the world when it comes to the judiciary of the world. So the only country where they put interjection within 72 hours, then pull them back. It never happened at the world.
Very sad. All right. Thank you, Tony.
The international committee don't want with the judiciary system. No courts not going to take place till after election. Because I used to talk to Samura, then the free police no can take a police go to court. There is no more court.
No more court.
I mean, talk about that let go court me, let judge me, or let go talk any side. Now, me talk. There is no more court system. They don't scrap them. Internationally scrap.
Yeah.
I mean, they kick that injection. They call the justice minister, the chief justice, and then the final warning. Because they don't tell Allah speed up the case since November. All court systems they don't close since November.
Yeah.
Why now? So I don't want to take other people in time because I said it. People they call make a lot of other people they make them talk.
Right.
I just read. Let Samura take a woman now like Aki. We will for one in base, both internationally. You can get look this woman get almost all the support in Freetown. All right, absolutely. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. Yes. It's the conversation street. Coming.
You see, with regards to the court cases, today short people
in Holland they will get another caller. Yeah. Hello, caller.
Good morning, Juma. Jacob from
Yeah, Jacob, go ahead.
Juma, Mr. Macauley don't talk everything away for say. But one thing I want to say, chairman endorsements start from parliament, where the parliamentarian go endorse through their support for Samura. Listing the chief whip in statements when we make. If Samura don't get it like that, let them give the parliament device. So when you watch the endorsements, they need already make. He left to Samura for letting him sit with his team and not let them make the decision. And when you watch now, suggest not get for good suggest say now this person we suggest. He left to her for letting tell and say no. Before I go, wait for me if I watch, if me they look everything, me they see and say like chairman not for go. Let you not just sit down. If the party win, if them go to and speaker, simple. Because the last election, me I always tell people in the last election where you watch into the vote, chairman not creates no impact. And not creates no impact into the last election. So for that reason, other people and they get Madina to a man, you get everyone like Kisoya, other people and they let them try them people and let them not sit down and watch it. And this one person for the corner somewhere me want to transfer them, but take that same person in the back, they go put them. Politics so they go that way. And not they go that way, let them watch for other people. Then 2 people and then at this country where now this government tell them. When are the Samura and one Akisoya. This government are they selling 2 people and they, because when you watch are the 2 people where they don't harass the most since they won. When the government take up office, now then 2 people and they run out. So now they're selling 2 people and.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
You see,
yes,
on the issue of whether the gender come into play. Personally, if you ask me, I think I said it on AYV the other day. The gender issue will be looked more favorably than even the religious issue.
Where, in Sierra Leone? In Sierra Leone?
No, they come. But fortunately for the APC, it has always been the practice, even before the constitution come into play, that if you get a flag bearer or a president who is Christian, the vice president should be Muslim. And if you get a vice president who is Christian, the president should be Muslim, vis-a-vis Tijan Kaba, Berewa, etc., etc. Now, there are people that are very passionate about cherry cocoa chain. Then you have another chunk of people, they are not passionate about an individual. They are passionate about somebody that will bring freshness into the team, to the ticket. This is where the call comes in for a woman. Now, when you bring the names the way they come into play, because Yvonne Akisoya happens to be a Christian, that don't work against her. Sierra Leone no reach that level they yet for make you tell the public, see, this woman a Christian, this person is a Christian, let we take them. Because for instance, the population is about 70% Muslim. So there is no way you're going to dismiss the religious issue. Which brings Madina Rahman into the picture. She's a woman, she's Muslim, and she's from the Western area. Now, the question that begs to answer, one has to answer, is begging for answer is, from day one, is she ready and prepared to be an accidental president? But in the position of presidency, you learn, you go and learn in the position. So what we have now is a situation where, as it go, is Honorable Chino Ba, is he strong enough? Is he courageous enough? Is he loyal enough to the party? And is he nationalistic enough for say, if they give this team to a woman, I am good, I am with the APC, and my team, my people are with the APC? That's the $1 million question. Because like I said, since this thing started, there has been a gap. If the gap not be done there, Dr. Samura would have easily said to the committee, to NAC, no, I get one in its 90s. Despite the fact that the new constitution say, give me 3 names. If there was no gap, if nothing not been done, interfere or pollute the situation, from the day when Dr. Samura got elected, Dr. Samura would have easily said to NAC, no, I get a team. I get a running mate. So let's pull all the sentiment out of if
can I come in a little bit?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let Winston done. Mr. for play a little bit of journalist. But before go there first, let me see the name. So I'll call the person who asked the question. No, not beats me. What's the person's name? Oh, is it somebody who asked, what about Sylvia Blyden?
Okay, no, left only.
No, I just ask no more. Let her ask the person.
Okay, simple, Chamba. Chamba is simple. She's Christian.
No, me, I'm not a guy for play the religious card because to me it's as important as anything else. But that's not what I'm saying. What you don't say earlier on, is it the new constitution that says that the flag bearer should select 3 names?
Yes, the new constitution.
Okay, so that means Dr. Samura cannot go against the new constitution.
No, but like I said earlier on, if there were no issues.
No, even if there were not issues or not issues, regardless whether there are issues or not, he cannot go against what the constitution has mandated.
Okay, fair enough. Because the constitution asks for 3 names.
So basically, now that I know for sure that your constitution stated that the flag bearer should give 3 names,
yes,
prior to NAC discussion.
In consultation,
let them select the running mates. I don't have any more question mark to that particular incident of selecting flag bearer. But when we look at what you just said in terms of religious differences, in terms of saying Muslim and Christian, that is as paramount as delivery. And when I say it is as paramount as delivery, when you look at the 2 candidacy where you highlight Malina Rahman with Yvonne Akinsoya, I will not say there are differences. It is chalk and cheese. The last caller make an example, say, Yvonne Akinsoya don't go through enough harassment, torment, violence, and everything else against her in the office of the mayor within the past 4 years, and we've all seen it. Yes, maybe initially in the start of her time in office, she wanted to be a Sierra Leonean and serve as a Sierra Leonean without party colors. Then they backlash, and he realized, say, hold up, I was put in this position by a political party and need their support. So basically, she made a very right decision for go back and say, no, me na APC. Now whatever get for happen, I dey stick for making enough for saying me na APC and look we fight this battle on. And I am not saying she has done extremely perfectly well in Freetown, but guess what? She has done a lot based on the circumstances where it don't go through within the past 4 years. Not to compliment her because of that, but now because of the stuff the way it don't try for implement within Freetown, she might not have got everything correct or everything executed, but she also has gained a lot of ground within Freetown. So the religious card is very important, but it's about delivery. I will say I am a Muslim, not so because of I be Muslim for make I can support a female Muslim because now religious aspects of what we talk about. No, I totally would disagree with that. If we have somebody who is competent, who can deliver, and has already faced the consequences of what politics is like in Sierra Leone, why not?
But Chamba, there are 1 or 2 other attributes that you have to take into consideration, apart from loyalty. I know one day work with him, but those who know her, Yvonne Akinsoya, and those who are closer to her, tend to think that if for any reason Dr. Samura called her in for come as the flag bearer,
running mate.
Oh, sorry, as running mate, she is the type of person that would not be afraid to challenge the president. And
who?
Yvonne Akinsoya.
Okay.
And she's the type of person who would say, it is this way. If it is not this way, I will do X, Y, Z, like, cry on top of the roof and blah, blah, blah. Now, yes.
Macauley, please, I beg. I differ that. Let me tell you why.
Let me land.
I beg you, please, sir.
Let me land.
Land.
You have to remember that one of the privileges or one of the beauty of being a journalist, right, is that these things are thrown at you. You understand? Now,
like I said earlier on, Sierra Leoneans don't basically understand this kind of narrative. You go see tomorrow, somebody go say, Ojukutu be say, Ivona Kisoya go challenge president. But you know, I can live with that old now. But when in fact, what I'm doing here is a reported speech or something that, as a journalist, you must say or do. It is part of your responsibility as a journalist. Now, when it comes to Medina Rahman, there are people who go say, well, she's just a nurse, and I've been deputy minister. Is she ready to, from day one, to be president by accident? Or what has she done for the APC? You see, now you have those questions coming from those who see Cherikoko as the rightful number 2 to Dr. Samura. Now, so, and then of course we have the new man from America, Shagaban. You understand? So, and so it is not, like I said earlier on, when the Ghanaian journalists and I were discussing this, the conclusion we came to, the 3 schools of thought, you understand, about this XYZ. But the first gentleman will come in say, Dr. Samura don't set up in cabinet already. I'm not privy to that. What I'm privy to is that there will be no more court cases. In fact, I'm one of the first people to publish that when the injunction came, where I published it, the British High Commission don't call the Justice Minister, the Attorney General, for go get a meeting. From that meeting up to the time of the convention and the election, I'm privy to intel that says they have told the Ministry of Justice and the Sierra Leone government that if they venture with any more court cases, Sierra Leone will go up into flames. That much.
Okay. Let me come in, T-Boy.
Juma, now just a minute, they can come in a big, please. I just want to get one thing, look, not to counter to what Mr. Macauley don't say, but for just for link up what he say in terms of even Akinsoya for challenging the president. Okay. Again. No correction. Waiting there when the way they close to him.
They say
not to miss you.
Okay.
I
take it back. But with the statement we make, say people that we don't work with Yvonne Akinsoya,
and we know
no go hesitate for say Yvonne Akinsoya go challenge the president and the kind of person that they will be. Okay, but I think Yvonne Akinsoya for also know say when you do go as a vice president, if you are going to be the running mate for Dr. Samura Kamara, is not to be seen as a challenger, because otherwise your position as a vice president is going to be a limited one. But there is nothing wrong with questioning certain things where something the president would turn on a table. I don't think those are things that are going to be in the public domain. And I don't think these are things that is not going to be possible. It is highly likely to be possible, except if we have somebody where
yes, man.
We don't want that anymore in Sierra Leone.
No, we don't. Yes.
And guess what? We know how to make this be an excuse come after 24th of June. People are begin to tell you 6 months down the line, say, oh, na trainer, na lana, no could give them chance for go. We don't have time for that rubbish anymore. Because the reason I say so, now because we know they see them. Everybody knows what the problem is like in Sierra Leone. We know say the problem is corruption, malnutrition for younger people, poverty is extremely high. There is no enough facilities for the basic necessities of Sierra Leoneans. We all know what the problem is. If you ready and prepare for can't take this problem, West London inherit so right now. you have to be ready to fix it. We'll not say fix them automatically within 6 months, but don't come and give us excuses. Otherwise, governing for you will be more than a headache where sometimes might be able to go through right now. Because we don't have time for all those kind of business. Oh, allow them, then just kind of for 6 months, men and get into the office properly. We don't have time for that crap. But when we last call our talk, say, Dr. Samura Kamara don't get in cabinet, good. I like to hear that because it means you have to be ready.
That is prepared. Yeah.
If you're not ready to take office, then don't start anything. Because guess what? Not the way they take office, you only could give you 6 months or put your cabinet together. Hell no. Your cabinet should be ready. So we know.
What I go say to that before Juma come in? What I go say to that, as the caller talk about the other flag bearers, them, no disrespect to any of them, but none of them at any given time come up with policy papers or policy statements about what they could have done if they were elected as flag bearer and eventually president. None of them.
Mara did.
Dr.
Mara did. Kelfala Mara.
Mara.
Yeah, he did. He had a whole dossier of what he wanted to do, what he would do, and all of those things. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
In his declaration,
not just Dr. Kelfala Mara. I think Sise also did because.
Who's Sise?
Who's Sise?
One.
Mohamed Sise.
Also Mohamed. Now I don't know the man name again. Something Sise.
Mohamed Sise.
Yeah. He also has a dossier about what.
Then we say dossier.
Let me
because as far as I'm concerned, those are documents. They cannot be legit because we haven't seen any form of dispensation with it.
Yeah.
So that's
what I'm
basically what we refer to like that. I think we have to look at this very crucially.
Let me
wait and see if there is a mandate within the APC constitution where say
there is
whoever is the flag bearer.
Yes, there is.
Or select 3 people. Then let's wait and see.
Yeah, let me come in. Interesting conversation. And me no say the flag bearer in consultation with now cannot be no for say if supposed for submit 3 names. But thank you for bringing that up. Interesting conversation, and you can't avoid that it's political and it's very important because that is why the Constitution of Sierra Leone say for become president of Sierra Leone, you have to belong to a political party and you have to get the endorsement of that political party. And your running mate, where they run with the same ticket, kind of for be able to succeed you.
Correct.
As president in the event. From day one, in the event anything happen. So the president, the likely president and running mate will be the vice president for able for then at that same level day where I can say, okay, this time a boss and me become a principal subordinate to him in the event anything happen. So that's how it is. We're not praying for any of those kind of things, but you have to paint the scenarios like how Ojukutu say we discuss as media people and journalists at the same time. One thing I want to say, APC na a party we get ideology. This we past me. Na a grassroots party. Grassroots no mean say illiterate people, meaning say we all for able for jam body na levels, regardless of your position. Not also, una we fortunate, then 10 and day, una still able for go side pasheki binego. No, so you tell me now so how you privilege for let EBK they call you for una go sit down, una they get tete a tete, una joke and laugh. Not to like say, una hear Winston.
So yes, we've had those conversations, yes.
Exactly. Not all like I say, get all the big people there they talk to hierarchy, but it still feels say as comrade to comrade, we can allow consider law talk because with that, you get wealth of things that we not get access to. With that moment, it needs somebody who can get something, we know to why. You know, so that's the level where we say grassroots and comrades.
Yeah.
Choosing a running mate. We get for no say running mate, according to the APC new constitution, automatically becomes the deputy leader of the party.
Correct.
Deputy leader of the party. So you get the leader when are the presidential candidate.
Yes.
And the running mate becomes the deputy leader.
Yeah.
That's how the party structure. And then you have chairman and
deputy chair, secretary general. Yeah.
So let's look at the party makeup right now. I want us to look at it practically.
Yeah.
You have Dr. Samura Kamara.
Yes.
And we all agree now, by all standards, that Dr. Samura Kamara is a technocrat.
Yeah.
Not a politician.
Yeah, he's learning.
Yeah. We know a politician. 1. 2, he might be around APC, but he's still new in the APC. He does not understand. He's not grounded in APC politics.
You mean the politics?
Yeah, the politics of APC. He's not grounded. And he does not have the time and energy for beginning to understand that. Because he has to prepare for governance. And from day one, people are expecting him what you're going to do in 3 months, in 100 days, in 6 months, by that kind of thing. So we expect in technical skills and everything for come into play, you know, from 5 years ago, but put them into practice for day one when they come. So he does not have time for APC politics and for beginning the steady debate.
Yeah.
We might want shake. The people that we go about where they within the structure. I know they talk about backup, like we say, call consultant, like the Patsos and others. No, these are the people that they make decision. You have Minkailu Mansare, Alaji Minkailu Mansare.
Yeah.
You have Ambassador Yansane.
Yeah.
Right? But look at these people, they've given their all, everything. And Tiboy Lekwe say, the party decide for maintain their old guards for a reason, because they don't want to let the party shake.
Now, that one, I'm not to cut you off.
Right.
That one, I think, was a very wise decision.
Right.
On the part of President Koma, and then when they will believe, say, we should have Minkailu and Payasane.
Right. Right.
Because there is no way we could have had new people coming in, you understand me, for take SLPP. So for me, I've always dismissed those where they talk, say they are, you get some people where they say they're a dinosaur.
Right.
You know? So me, I always dismiss that, you know. So,
right.
So that was a wise decision.
Right. So now you have a leader of the party that does not understand the party culture, you don't understand how they make. How would you risk taking someone as well that does not understand the party's culture
as deputy leader
and grounded and go put him as a deputy leader? Because
that is as good as saying, is he or she ready to be president from day one?
Exactly. Because what's happen now? Now you get for interface once you take up governance, you have to interface between governance and the needs of your party when are under the symbol. Because you get for meet their needs. That's a political needs. So if you not get a person where they able for play that role there between Mr. President and in party, imagine the danger, like what is happening in the SLPP right now. You have a power takeover, and SLPP has been taken to the wilderness, but SLPP people, they take the blame. That is exactly what will happen, because when the president comes in, you know, when Dr. Samura Kamara win, it not necessarily means say in cabinet go be people that already inside APC. Or then one thing first, then I just want our look at where people not even mention, they don't know the danger.
It comes back to the one of the three schools of thought I mentioned earlier on,
Mhm.
which is that people are kind of expressing concern about why Dr. Samura now announce in running mate yet and this and that, giving the impression as if he's not in control, right? But like as you don't put him, APC, where they come in, would be a strong political party with the right scaffolding for all the body. If, for instance, Minkailu Mansari not take cabinet position. If, for instance,
No.
allow me, please.
For instance, they are not going to take cabinet.
Wait. Let me finish.
On the
You said waiting.
No, I say if they are not allowed to take cabinet position.
Is that what you say? Is that what you know?
APC constitution. Is that not correct?
I don't know about that one.
Well, I think that is what the new constitution says.
The chairman, and possibly, I don't know much, but we get for
all
I
executive.
will check on that. And what I read, let me done.
Yes.
Then, likewise, Ambassador Yasane.
Yeah.
If we have, you see, let's take the ANC, which is an African political.
Allow me, Lado. I just address one side.
Okay, go ahead.
One day is very important because the moment where you play you downplay that one day, then you don't create a problem for us within the party because now you have a party that's been exhausted. We don't in opposition, don't go through so much trial and tribulations, then they get a governing, then they are governance, then they're not even able to interact with their government. That's a big problem. So you bring in someone in the first place, we don't understand the APC culture for us. That's a big disaster for us. Because with all the names floating, apart from Honorable Cherno Ramadan Majuba, Koko, the only person where I would say something they closer for understand the APC ideology is Diana Konomani. Because you can give that to her. Why? Because she's been through with the party at the time when the party been the opposition and work with the party 2007 and kind of win. So
now one of the first cabinet ministers among the Anescoma 2007, wasn't it?
No, she wasn't. She wasn't a cabinet minister.
She was. I mean, which year did she become cabinet minister?
2013.
2013. Okay.
Yeah, but she's been with the party. Been then at district council Nakono.
District council, correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So she's grounded. She's
grounded. She's been through elections. You understand, and don't help for usher in a government. So apart from Honorable Cherno Ramadan Majuba, we won. He don't be member of parliament 3 times, so he don't contest 3 elections. He don't there within the structures of the Western area, when are one of the strongest bodies. He don't understudy part so.
Yes.
When a political mixer force.
Yes.
And
he's a political maestro.
Right. And he don't then a parliament. Honorable Cherno Majuba don't then a parliament. He understands how parliament operates.
Yes.
Meaning, and you don't be deputy speaker, then you don't be leader of the opposition. That means you're able to talk to everybody in the party at every level, including the president. And so it don't oversee or understudy for give symbol to people them.
Yeah.
Understand, for going to government. They don't conduct by elections, other things them. So politically, he is by far, you don't even compare any of the other names that we mentioned in terms of being politically grounded. So then I for study the party for, because with all being said, Alhaji Minkailu and Ambassador Ansane, they've done their best. But then you cannot be seeing them to be running around anymore.
No. So they are the grand old men of the party.
Exactly.
And they are going to steady the ship and guide Dr. Samura.
Exactly. So what you get now, you get Cherno in the middle. This is not football now they play or draft or whatever. You have Honorable Cherno Majuba Naya. You get
May I make Cheko come out with the football things there?
Right, now you get Minkailu Naya, you get Ambassador Yansane Naya. This are the party side also as deputy. So Samura, na report no where they report to Dr. Samura. Where he watch Minkailu, he already know what Minkailu wants. Where he watch Yansane, they already know what each other wants. So you see, now you don't study the party base. They'll all go to governance. And I want for let we address this issue of loyalty because it's very important and very unfortunate because Sierra Leone people want to find out
loyalty and trust.
Yes, loyalty and trust. Sierra Leoneans will forget quick.
I said that at the beginning of this program.
Yes.
We forget. We loyalty is as cheap as is possible. And anybody that says the truth, not troublemaker.
Right.
You understand? And anybody that is seen not to be towing the line should not be encouraged.
Right.
So when you have these four things that kind of comes across as the scaffolding in another form for what is seen as good,
right?
It's just like when you have, I don't know if you've read the book The Good Immigrant, when you come England or America as a black person or an Indian, and you perform as well as the white man expects you to perform, you're a good immigrant. But if you are like the late Barney Grant or Douglas Hogg of Blessed Memory Channel 4, Crossfire, which Tamba you know, somebody I work with, you understand? So sometimes people forget to understand the people I work with within journalism. Apart from Koto Ibi Kagbo, who I would say is the mellow one, or in line me for right, I work with Steve Roy, very controversial. You know, Dombolo, you understand me?
So when you look at
so the point here is that we have a situation where are these people who are going to be within the new structure, as you rightly say, where are they going to put trust and loyalty? You understand?
And it's because there's one issue of loyalty and trust, and that's very important because I see that floating a lot when they mention Honorable Chairman and Madam Majuba. And
no, I want to mention somebody why make that person name not even come up now. I wonder if you can guess who that. Sansumana.
Right.
Sansumana, me can tell you from a very informed source that Sansumana and Dr. Samura were seen as the ideal team. But Sansumana, quote unquote, again, refused to Kandong in high horse. I'm saying, you might go around blame, say, oh, President Kobana and bring and come back. Oh, now this former First Lady said this, oh, this and that. The bottom line here is that, just as we talk about Dr. Samura Kamara, Sansumana could have made a decision that today, 10 chances to 1, he would have been the running mate to Dr. Samura Kamara.
So fine. So the question where they come now is the same thing we get for do with loyalty, and I will ask you that question, or maybe I will raise that. And again, I say because people like, oh, Cheno, you know, maybe there's a gap, there's this and that. Honorable Cheno Ramadan Majuba was the first person, first senior high-ranking APC person will come out boldly, openly, publicly, and endorse Dr. Samura Kamara.
I will not challenge that. I will not challenge that.
2018, 2019. And the reason I mention that, because people are like, oh, you're not loyal. How can you come out and publicly endorse, even at a time where big people, the big six, other people, and then begin write letters, them say, what's it called? Honorable Chei Koko, then for pull him as leader of opposition. But he asserts himself, you know, mincing words. This are the time where people affect Dr. Samura Kamara. Honorable Chei Koko maybe if he was that overambitious person, after they had ran together, because he has his own political capital as well, where people don't understand.
Yeah.
He would have come out to say, okay, well, myself, I want to go within the politics. Let me challenge for this position. But he did not, because he knows, say, we were chosen together in 2017. So I'll still maintain this. So to support you, whilst I give you the opportunity to continue to do things as Dr. Samura Kamara, let me put my life on the line and come out publicly and endorse you for say, I believe in you. You can only do that and risk your whole political career for somebody where you believe in, where you trust in. Not so because you're politically ambitious, because if you were politically ambitious, over-ambitious, you will come out and challenge. But he did not do that.
Yeah.
That is one thing why I would say when it comes to the issue of loyalty, the issue of belief and trust, where it gets. There's been fact. You look at the Madina Rahman issue. Someone that I respect, that I like, when they pitch for mayor thing, I don't know whether I told you this. I was one person that, say, okay, she'll be a good fit. One, it come out, if you look in relation, now be the first Muslim mayor, A.F. Rahman.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So it then at that lineage day, and at that time, he still thinks, say, we need somebody with that dynamics in Africa. One mistake, huh?
the interest.
Yeah.
The comfort. Okay, finish. Go on.
One mistake when we get one question, a big question mark where I get, and when the people they talk about trust and loyalty. You mentioned the Samsumana thing.
Yes.
For more or less, for the past 4.5 years, according to reports and activities seen, people linked Madina Rahman with Samsumana, that she was one of the big supporters.
So I understand. Yes.
Until 1 month ago, 1 month ago.
No, not the time, but I understand. Say she was.
Until 1 month ago, now he come and declare, say it supports Dr. Samura Kamara. Income, Ibrahim Undugode. But that was at the time when they know for say Samsumana. There's no chance for him of becoming flag bearer in the APC because they fought everything. This court case with Peter Conte, it was mostly because of the Samsumana's interest.
Yes.
So how would I go and put Madina Rahman over Cherry Coco with, we need to talk about when they bring them come together. Cherry Coco, we endorsed Samura Kamara publicly 4 years ago to somebody will come and declare and support 1 month ago.
That's a valid argument, and as one of the comforts of this thing will make I even sit down to go 3 o'clock in the morning is the amount of ordinary, as we call them in journalism, ordinary Joe public will appreciate what we are discussing, and 10 chances to 1, the powers that be will not appreciate what we are doing. You understand?
Well, so, they will, but they will not be bold enough to come and say, Winston, thank you so much that you're able to.
So for me, the message is coming here as a comfort. So coming back to the issue of Cherry Coco, Madina Rahman, Ivora Kisoya, and this other man, and somebody
that Jagaban business, that one they don't even bring and come into the play. Well, that is where I blame the Samura Kamara campaign team. Because if you talk about, because he is not within the structures in the first place. He was nowhere, he just appeared. Then they allow I take pictures with Dr. Samura Kamara, he waka, then now he go begin, he begin put flyer, banner them, me and Samura Kamara. If una me and Samura Kamara, they are the same ticket. Who are you?
Yeah.
Even forget the guts first for even come out and come begin talk. Say if you and Samura Kamara.
Well, you see, this is where we will talk about political consultation, political strategies, because there is no way, for instance, the governor of Florida, DeSantis, or Daumaudon Komodeli or Bailey or whatever her name is, somebody go near her now
take a picture, say, even though he or she has not been declared as a flag bearer, even the fact that they are announcing a one contest, somebody go begin there and say, if me and this person work, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and they change salon.
No. So that was unfortunate, or rather, that is unfortunate. But the challenge now is, who are these three names? And
that is with Dr. Samura Kamara.
No, of course. Well, the reason why I'm asking, somebody now see the three names, and when are we going to know the running mate? Now, it is the prerogative of Dr. Samura Kamara for say, don't rush me, yes, but hey, news flash.
Yeah.
Dr. Samura Wilson Machu Kamara now belongs to Sierra Leone.
Exactly. Yeah.
It is no longer business as usual.
And your small campaign team. People want to know everything that you do.
Sierra Leone now, the look say, we want this man for be with president next. So now we come first. Yes, you deal with APC, but the APC number compared to the Sierra Leone number is bigger. So those are the kind of things that needs to come into play now, after the rest today and tomorrow, and hopefully by Monday. When is the Nigerian election? The 24th?
The 25th on
Saturday. And give and take by the 27th, 28th. So if it is true, as this debate was going on with me and this Ghanaian journalist, that they have to wait for President Nkrumah, we are looking at next weekend.
Exactly. That's a long time. That is a long
weekend. Yeah. But there is no confirm or confirm say that is the case. But the problem, the beauty of politics is that people, they always claim to know. So when you say, but when do you think they will announce the flag bearer? Oh, when will they wait for President Nkrumah? They say President Nkrumah said they wait for Maker. And there is nobody countering that, say no, that is not the case.
Yeah, but then I would say the advisors to Dr. Samura Kamara, they put him under undue pressure now, because now the danger is here. It's not just about the pressure, because now what are afraid is that same thing that happened when people started spreading rumors that Anescoma
2012.
No, Anescoma promissory. You understand? President Nkrumah been promised we saying I made a go be flag bearer. So that's what's happening now, because now you don't allow the ring, and now even other people then go, they have to say, okay, what can I do to benefit from all that's happening right now? Because firstly, you had two contenders, okay? There were two people will have a likelihood. Honorable J. Koko and Dana. Those were the two names that was floating. Then we heard about the Yvonne. We don't know, rumors that she wanted to be flag bearer. Who's not ambitious, and what's bad about that? There is no problem being ambitious to be president or vice president, but it's just that you have to make sure you get it correctly.
Hierarchy. You go through the stages,
Exactly. So that's one. Then later now we carry Jagabin, and then Madina. You understand? But then I see Madina, the two people in the Mount campaign is Madina and Jagaban. Now they openly say, I am running for candidates for being wait a smile, boy. So it becomes interesting. But now,
no, I mean, come on, Cherry Coco is campaigning. Come on.
No, Cherry Coco now is reminding people of what.
Okay, let's campaign the campaign.
Yeah, reminding people. And me to tell anybody now, so categorically clear say, we, Dr. Samura Kamara, everything then I earn. Everything. You understand? Because now you have the mandate of the All People's Congress. You're the leader of the party.
Yeah.
There is nothing, the onus is on you, the buck stop with you. Whatever decision you make, like I say, you have to own it.
Yeah.
So if you choose to go China, you have to convince yourself and convince the people that yes, you know, you're making the right decision. And if you're not choosing him, because that existed, because what people will look at, you have a benchmark. And Honorable Chekoko was the benchmark with you. Now, if you're going to change him for somebody, it's just like a we get number 10 player.
No, correction, not to Dr. Samura selected the first time now in school.
They were selected together for a reason. They were peers, right? For a reason. So they ran on the same ticket. So the expectation with what you see in that crowd today, and inside the convention hall, with all the feedbacks you've seen, everybody, they expect, the grassroots are expecting the same ticket. The grassroots are expecting that same ticket. So if you decide, your own prerogative, to change that ticket, be better ready that you're giving them something better than what they had.
Well, on that note, you also have to remember that we have a situation whereby, in as much as the running mate is important,
very important,
I think we have a similar situation to the American situation where I think it is the president people are voting for, not the running mate.
Well, that is not the issue. But remember, this intra-party politics where the APC is fighting a transition all over.
Can I
for rebuild? One second. For rebuild, you understand? Remember, like what you say earlier, maybe the old guards them, they know they tired, they want to take the back seats, other people usher in. So the party, they rebuild. Okay? What did the party not get, Winston? If we had a year, we have 6 months to correct or for manage the situation. Now we have 4 months to elections. Do you know why Dr. Aneskroma did not try to remove Alhaji Samsumana in 2012? Because we did not have time. He did not want to take that risk for his second term because he not be know waiting will happen. Now we not in our governance, but we have 4 months. You had someone who was your peer, and if you change and you bring somebody come in, you can't blame. You will not blame. God forbid you do that. You not go blame Cheno. Say, "Oh, na Cheno not bringing people and can support you." They supported Cheno, and they supported you for Cheno because of something else. So Cheno said sometimes no people for go talk to them and say, "Hey, no, na support me no more." Which I say, like the parliamentarians, for example. So amass 58 members of parliament and say yes, we all they go, because you will not say they did not vote, because Dr. Sawa got 1,382 votes. And remember, all those MPs, they get constituencies where they belong to. So they carry their constituencies with them. And some of those MPs, they are not just MPs, but they are, what you call them? The executive members, exactly. That as well. So there's a lot that you have to take into consideration. What is Jagaban bringing you politically?
Nothing.
How much will he bring you that you don't have, or you did not have, or you are not able to generate? The Madina Raman thing, it's a risk, even within the women thing for us. You have 3 women. You have Diana Konomani, you have Ivona Kisoya, and you have Madina Raman. If you choose Madina Raman and you leave the 2 out, how are you going to explain that to them? If you choose Diana,
but Diana, I think Diana has Diana drop out, or still?
No, she has not dropped out.
All right, can I come in now, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you guys are having a banter on APC.
It's 3 o'clock.
They can't let you forgo. They can't let you forgo.
Now, comrade talk none of the pastor right now. And I don't enjoy una banter for the past half an hour to 45 minutes.
Yes.
What I have to say is, yes, Mr. Macauley, you not just the win election based on the fact that now the president they vote for. Kamala Harris made a huge difference in running the mate's candidacy for Joe Biden. And I believe
Agreed.
He carry possibly 40% of the VIXKI votes towards Joe Biden. So do not take that for granted, because it's very important for making you look at the running mates. Secondly, the President Marabio and Julde candidacy also take out a huge amount of votes from the APC party, considering that they brought in two people of the same tribe. Obviously, they will get forget divided votes, because some people then go they win a Jalo, they support Jalo, some people then they win about they support Ba. You don't split the house first. So that now votes where they bring come into distribute. That now something we want to take for granted as well, because it's very important. So in the whole discussion what I don't get for the past half an hour to an hour, I think you guys are making salient points. And the point that they make is very much meaningful to the same agenda we want to all look at when for make APC come back to power. Yeah. But like Ejuma say, the decisions that is going to be made by Dr. Samura Kamara is a decision that is going to own, whether in consultation with the NAC we don't already form, or in your own personal decision. Now something we get for be ownership to, because at the end of the day, nobody no go turn back and say na NAC make decision, na make decision. Yeah. Whoever makes the decision is your decision, and it is a decision that you will have to defend. It is a decision that you will have to support and work tirelessly with, and make sure they win the next election. Like Ejuma say, it's only 4 months down the line. We all know, likely, we're not saying if that's a possibility, but in case that happens, we not say Vice President Julde will not serve his full term under the presidency of Marabio if he gets the second term in office. We all know that. But for make political correct statements, he is running with Vice President Julde. Just because, again, he won't forget control of that.
Julde. I don't see this past 10 terms.
I can always call him, but I don't know what happened.
Very important when it comes to the fuller.
Well, I just talk him before you come.
I call it fuller, they understand.
Please, when President Julius Marabio do last election, that for split the fuller votes into the bars and the Jalos, and they are very cautious about that. And if you now can remove the bar votes already done there to the fuller them for the APC, who side them turn them votes to? Because it's one of theirs. And look, not forget, say Salon, they still vote on tribal lines, and they still vote on local community lines, and they still vote on relationship with it as much as possible for make we deviate from that type of voting, and let's vote for issues-based criteria the way any political party they bring come for change Sierra Leone, not because of their national or political or tribal or religious divide.
Right. So because America left at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, we can round up.
So what we have, okay, who are the round up?
Let's see boy land quick, then we round up.
No, Maggie and time make a submission, then we can continue and then we can wrap up. Over to you, sir.
Well, me say thank you so much, Mr. Macauley. It's been you don't can make all land bokutin, and also we have to be having these conversations, as a country, as a people, because not the only way this way we understand. Because bokutin don't can talk naya. Where sometimes under normal circumstances they will tell you these are supposed to be backdoor conversations.
Yeah.
Very important for the public understand. Say it's not as easy as with the talk naya.
Yeah.
Or even Dr. Samura Kamara, because they don't get people they don't work with her. So you can't dismiss say, oh, he can't go and listen to those people, go consult with them, will just grab and go make a decision. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
We're talking this, but we get a freehold because nothing rests on the shoulder right now. for talk this. So it is complex for all of them. And well, thank you so much. We can lend we expertise today, and you make them fun and light-hearted for a lot of people and for understand. So let me hear what you get for say on the issue as well as your rounding up statement.
Well, not much really, other than the fact that if it is true that the Samura camp or the Samura team has to wait until the return of President Nkrumah before the one in it is announced, that communication strategy should be put in place to kill any rumors. You cannot stop the rumors, but you can soften it, you can cushion it into a way where if somebody told you, say, no, this is not so Dr. Samura they say, you understand? That needs to be done. Let me try for change this dynamics where we rely so much on rumors, and then you later on say no, not so. That has to stop. So with the hope say by this time next week, we go get a running it. Cherry Coco is a friend and a brother and a younger brother, but no sentiment here. I believe is one candidate who is good to go from day one by accident if they need be, but also there are other factors at play now, i.e. the gender issue. And I hope if at the end of the day the Samura camp decides we are going for a woman, is big enough to embrace that and move along with the party. If Dr. Samura camp then decides okay, we are going to stick with Cherry Coco because the devil better pass the angel we don't know. I hope the one that will be don't have hope, just like Cherry Coco will embrace the party and move on. So it is like they say throughout the convention, we're all winners. There are no losers. So that is very important. I hope they want the women to bash the likes of especially Payasane and Nkrumah, that they've come to realize that these old guards are needed and that they are here to steady the ship, and that God willing, APC win by the next election, there will be a transition and people would have been through the apprenticeship and we'll get another transition, not completely, because for instance, Joe Biden is planning to go back for a second run at the presidency. So as long as you are mentally capable of running the office, there will be a continuous apprenticeship until such time there is a clean sweep for a new generation of APCN. Probably even Mr. Juma here go be what is safe. Then that now
for sure, and again for benefit a lot from your advice and guidance. And
then now we go to take the place of Payasane and Mikhail. Yes. So basically, this election is for APC to lose. We should not underestimate Madabio and his team. The one of the main objectives of any SLPP person is the demise of the APC, including the likes of Dr. Kande Yumkela. You understand? Because if Kande Yumkela at this 11th hour say if they go join or make a whatever joint compact or whatever with SLPP, of course, Dr. Yumkela now wants to see a functioning APC party. So make nobody not fool themselves about that. So these are factors that needs to come into play, and that Sierra Leone under an APC led by Dr. Samura should be a new Sierra Leone. Let this be the start of a new Sierra Leone. Rwanda went through a massive war just like Sierra Leone. I have been there. I have seen Paul Kagame operating firsthand. That man transformed that country. In fact, as we speak, Rwanda has more women parliamentarians than any other country in the world. I mean, the history of Rwanda now is so great that you don't need to have a PhD to be a good president. Not that I'm dismissing the PhD. What you need is a vision and a team that understands that vision. And when the team understands that vision, then you have a team going. It has nothing, because one or two of the candidates have try to go get PhD. You don't need PhD for get a good. The man will transform Singapore. You know that PhD. So let we concentrate and change the life of the average Sierra Leonean. It is not a question of just bringing down the price of rice. It is not just a question of bringing down the price of petrol. It is not just a question of saying the dollar will come down, as the mistake that Umada Bio make, or the question of saying school picking will go school and eat. No. We want permanency. We want permanency of an economic situation where Joe public is content. Now that make all the England gold not in a treat, America gold not in a treat. The basic things is that when I grab this stuff for go, as I switch that light, lights the cam. As I open that tap, water the cam. Tomorrow morning, if I go on a treat, even if there is a strike, alternative transport day. The basics. When I walk, then pay me when month's done. I pay me tax. I pay me union dues. I able to afford for keep 5 pound. I able kind of host, eat small thing and eat. Those are the kind of, so we need the kind of policy that is going to structure the economy in that way. Marabio has failed in doing that. He promised that. He said bread and butter issue. Instead, when he can't govern with malice. We are not going to govern with malice. We are going to govern to make life better for Sierra Leoneans. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. As always, Winston Ojukutu Macauley Jr., one of the most celebrated and famous broadcaster, both internationally and locally, and a senior member of the All People's Congress. He can lend with voice and expertise or talk about issues surrounding the All People's Congress. Because now, yeah, we say 2 hours for talk, but now no more the doing peace. Yes. But we appreciate you so much, and no one will for come back. And please try and get us Dr. Samura Kamara here as soon as possible. Yep. After his media speech, we would like to have it. Now, yeah, so that's your assignment. That's your assignment. If it doesn't happen, then you and T-Boy gets big case for Fed. So you have to make it happen. With last time we hosted him was what, 2 years or 3 years ago, T-Boy? 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago was the last time we hosted him here, and we'd like to host him again as soon as possible to talk to the diaspora audience as well. You know, yeah, because he therefore fundraiser, so he therefore can talk to we, and you know, we ask him some questions then. You know,
questions.
Well, no, we set the space for let's talk to people about vision for Sierra Leone, because that's very important. Like you say, yesterday is gone.
Yeah.
Have to think about tomorrow. Thank you so much, Mr. Macauley. We will continue while she go.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you very much, my in-law.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Kiba, what's up? Yeah, so your last word for this.
I think I want to say thank you first to Mr. Macauley for giving us his time this evening and this morning. And I believe most of we participants and reading online has been very much active, not just sitting down, but also following through what we were saying, what we were doing, and making all their meaningful contribution. Well, the YouTube page has been very much interesting. We still have of our old guns still chatting and asking questions, but it's good because again, we always say hold us responsible for any discussion with the bring can, because we are saying things not because we want for say amount of malice, but we have no discussion that many people are possibly not comfortable to have. Mr. Macauley can give you a lot of knowledge in terms of what you know, with all in experience over the years, with the names of the people that we don't work with, and we privilege for them within in your midst, and that's how much value it don't put towards the discussion we don't get, and not just on air, but also off-air discussions as well. So we thank him very much, and we appreciate the fact that we don't keep him till 3 o'clock today. And he always tell me, say, we want on a program when they come.
I don't tell a balance when I make. For 3 until 3 in the morning.
No, you do very well. I'll be there in God's program at some points because I remember say, wow, it's going to 3. No, it's about in Juma. Look, keep make it tell you more because we need for them. But anyway, I want to say thank you to all those who's been online, and thank you very much for being patient with us, and thank you for all your time. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for everything else we want to say towards this particular program today. And thank you for those who possibly came out to be a little bit abusive, but I think they understand, say this platform is not tolerating that because people already on the platform already don't address those issues. We have the right to state our opinion in any way we want without being abusive. We will tolerate you. And if you are a regular of ours, we will possibly advise you not to do so anymore because I think it's very important that we can have a conversation. There's nothing wrong with having a conversation because sometimes you might not be happy with what you're hearing, but it is true. And true asks for talk, when I nobody bring peace. So let's continue with that mantra because if we fail to understand that, we're not able to forgive Salon the benefits of anything we Salon deserve. Look, we stop for say, when I give them the benefit of the doubt. There should not be any benefits if there is a doubt. We should stop giving it for free because people should not have it for free. So I will say clearly, things have started to change and we don't see the new dimension of who's the APC party one for go. And we watch and see exactly what's in them purpose and how they're ready for take them purpose to the people of Sierra Leone and tell them, say, yes, we are ready come June 24, 2023. Election is fast approaching and we get for discuss about issues that right now we get for affect Sierra Leoneans, not political parties. Because now that we have flag bearers, they are meant to be selling their message about how they want to change Sierra Leone. Not about their political parties anymore. It's about how they want to change Sierra Leone. So if we have APC talking about Sierra Leone, SLPP talking about Sierra Leone, we have to look at those two and then we make up our mind and see who that will vote for. But if we still have APC talking about APC and SLPP talking about APC, talking about SLPP, and forget say now people them, then they talk about so, not to them political parties, then for they talk about, then we still know what to do. But unfortunately, we don't have a third force anymore, which is a very high concern in Sierra Leone because again, where there is democracy, there should be a level playing field where all men get the right for participate and support whichever political party they want for support. It's a shame that we don't have them anymore, and it's a shame that they're not going to have representation for presidential candidacy. I am not sure whether they will have representation for members of parliament based on the fact that we are now going ahead the PR system. But with the hope and pray, say everything unfold and you unfold peacefully with a question mark. Now that we've seen APC, don't just come on McKinney for come and say thank you to the flag bearer elect. We know Dr. Samura Kamara and the party office now Freetown. We see what not happen just at the 11th hour where things turn and becomes very much violence against the people that we come out in numbers to celebrate. But I can always say numbers is good, but numbers can only tell on the day of the election. So as much as APC, they come out in thousands and millions like we see today, that's for be something they get for the theme of the past when it comes to election and make sure say they win. I'm not going to talk too much because right now I did suffer from some cough. So basically I want to say thank you to viewers them on Facebook and YouTube. And when I continue for what the programs then will get because we most likely forget subsequent programs, then we will come unannounced. If you follow the page, continue for follow the page and share the page and continue for follow and subscribe to the YouTube page as well. So thank you very much for watching. And APC, well done to you guys for selecting or for electing your flag bearer for the 2023 elections. We now wait for see who get for Buna running mates and see how una they start on a campaign and what's in there for be unfold in terms of una message for make una win back the people of Sierra Leone for making come and support APC for bringing you guys back to power come June 24. Until next week or until the next couple of days, because we might come with anything from tomorrow, from Friday, or for the weekend. Thanks for having you guys. Over to you, Joe.
All right, thank you so much, T-Boy, to Femi, also to we guest, Mr. Winston Ojukutu Macauley. We appreciate you all, and to reviewers them all over the world, both on Facebook and YouTube and the other social media platforms them. And the one that we they slide the comments them into the invisible viewers them, we know they come, but they send the comment and they laugh, then they trigger the conversation. And to the callers them as well, we appreciate you all. You know, it's been a heated one, but I think it's worth discussing. We're not for the bold enough for the getting conversation, yeah, so not to for hide in a corner, because it helps, you know, the conversation and informed, you know, the decisions you then get for make at some point. I just want to say congratulations to Dr. Samura Kamara, and also to the new executive of the All People's Congress. We hope they not will fail the people of Sierra Leone. We hope they will deliver as expected and redeem Sierra Leone, because it will be bad if all the faith and all the sacrifices where people then don't make, the blood there where people then don't shed, the lives there we don't lost, then the APC can get an opportunity for redeem Sierra Leone and then mess them up. So, and I hope the government will try to be civil and civilized enough or play politics and let for create problem in the country. So just want to say thank you to you all, and we hope to see you again soon. Good night, everyone.
Yes, this na term for all Salon people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the President's Hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemmedia.org. Now who's tem these? Somebody